Well, I'm early, however, it doesn't matter because I got finished with what I was doing sooner than I thought I would. So I have come on 5 minutes, 8 minutes early. So I shall just talk into the ether until, well, as and when anybody decides to come in. I know we've had, so Frida and Woe-Lisa bobbing in and out. So hopefully people may see that I've come live early. Otherwise, I'll just wait until 8:30 UK time. Hi, Kathy. Hello, love. How are you this evening? You were there till the end last night or this morning, weren't you, Kathy? Which was gone 3 a.m. Because I wanted to apologise because I actually was really scared, which is why I suddenly had to wind everything up. I'm all right, thanks, honey. Like I said, I just got the frickies on me last night when we were talking about it, and obviously when it got to 3 a.m., which is notoriously the time for all things haunted and spooky and paranormal and demonic, that made me even more scared. So that's why I beat a hasty retreat. No, not really. The minute I stopped the live, I was straight on the phone to Pork, and he ended up, because I felt like I was having palpitations. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I was so scared. Which probably, now it sounds irrational, but yeah. So I rang him, and he talked to me for a while until, I mean, he was dying himself. He was falling asleep, and in the end, he went, "Are you all right now? You're not shitting yourself anymore." I was like, "You really need to go to sleep, don't you?" So, but yes, I didn't get any sleep. I stayed awake. Went and I took the dog for a walk. Went and put the horses out, and then I got on the sofa in the afternoon and I crashed out, and I woke up. Oh gosh, I think it was about 2:30 this afternoon. So he texted me just to say, I'd have stopped shitting myself yet. So yeah, were you all right? I hope you weren't scared, Kathy, were you? Or anybody else who's listening? Because yeah, it I don't know. I just thought it went very scary all of a sudden last night, for me anyway. But having slept this afternoon, as I said, I crashed out on the sofa, and then I decided, you know what, I'm going to look into this a bit more while it's daylight. Oh, that's good, Kathy. I'm glad you weren't scared, hon. I mean, I'm a bit of a wuss at the best of times, but I was really bothered, like Sheila and Simples, and I don't think Frida had come back in. There was yourself. I know Voodoo Queen had gone off to bed, but I was hoping that Bedtime Clown wasn't playing the things we were talking about so that she could hear them, because I didn't want her to be scared. So yeah, but in the cold light of day, I then thought, actually, take away the fact that I got myself in a little bit of a scared state. I was really enjoying the discussion that was going on. When Bedtime Clown was putting across his perspective and his thoughts about Bill, and we'll say Bill in inverted commas, and then how we had, hi Sheila, hello darling. Just talking a little bit about just to Kathy until everybody was coming in about last night, Sheila, because I think you'd gone offline. We ended up talking about Bill till gone 3 a.m. and I got so scared, so I just had to call the live to an end. It wasn't anything had happened, it's just that things were playing on my mind more than they should have done, because we had bedtime clown discussing the Bill voice at the same time as my fella is listening to the audios, going through them, because he's got this I don't know what it is, a program or something on his computer that he can isolate different pitches and tones of voices, plus he's got a very good ear for them anyway. And he was coming back telling us, he'd go through them seconds at a time and tell us exactly what was being said on these audio recordings. So I think seeing them written down, even though I find the voice really scary, seeing them written down, I actually pooed my pants. So, oh, hi, Mrs. Mercury. Hello. Oh, you finally caught a live. Listen to the last live. Spooky, wasn't it? Did you hear us right up to the very end, Mrs. Mercury? At 3 o'clock this morning. Oh gosh, no, I just got really, really frightened. And especially with it being 3 a.m., which is that notorious time. So yeah, I had to kind of call the live to a halt. I've not listened back, so I hope I didn't sound like a right knob. I fell asleep, but I'll listen this morning. I was impressed how enthusiastic Clown was and how brave you were. I wasn't brave at all, babe, but thank you for saying that. Oh, sorry about this. I've got an alarm going off here. Let me just turn it off. Sorted. Yeah, I mean, bedtime is really into it, isn't he? He's become really fascinated, which I think is good, because he is a skeptic and he's told us that before. And actually, I was watching the way it was such a shame that I couldn't have him and Porky up, because I think they would have bounced well off each other, although I think it worked very well with bedtime on panel, and even when he went off panel, while Porky was going through each of those recordings, at every step, that worked really well, I thought. Miss Mercury, I listened to it this afternoon in my daughter's house alone, and I was spooked by it. Oh, and well, like I said, it just got to 3 a.m., Mrs. Mercury, and I was really scared. I rang Porky after I got off the live, and he was like, "You're right." I was nearly in tears. I said, "My heart, it's jumping out of my chest." I mean, I've never had palpitations, but I remember, because my nan had angina, and I remember how she used to be, that when she used to get an angina attack and then she'd have these horrendous palpitations, how she couldn't breathe. And that's how I was feeling last night. I mean, I don't have any heart issues, don't get me wrong, but that was the nearest that I thought, this is probably what my nana felt like. Yeah, I was really scared, but he talked to me and he went through the recordings again, but talked to me, he didn't play them, which helped. And then I talked about a different story that I had of being in the Mary King's Close in Scotland, it's in Edinburgh, Scotland, something that happened in there. And by this time I'd kind of calmed down. Oh, you're going out for a ciggy? Have one for me, please, Kathy. I know, Mrs. Mercury, I just got really scared, and I just hope I didn't sound like a wet fart, because I don't usually get like that, but I was really spooked seeing things written down. Hiya, Frida. Hello, hello, hello. You missed it last night, Frida. I think you'd have been in the same hot mess as I was. Although Kathy stayed till the end and she said she wasn't scared. But I definitely was. I'm thinking, sorry if I'm going to put it on you, but I definitely think Sheila and Frida, I think you two guys would have been scared. And looking at Mrs. Mercury's comments. I think you might have been as well. But I want to do this a bit of justice because I didn't sleep at all last night. Not at all. The dog barking mustn't have helped. And well, it was every time I said like ghost or spirit or something, he set off. I was really scared, little demon. But yeah, so I was awake all night. I then, as I said, I went and walked the dog, put the horses out, got on the sofa, crashed out till it was probably about 2:30. Woke up to a text from Porky just making sure I was okay, that I hadn't shit myself. And then I thought, no, while it's broad daylight now, I need to get a grip on myself. Let's have a look back through this this whole Bill thing, and let's look at it objectively. So for anybody who missed it last night, I know Sheila's caught up in it, Mrs. Mercury has. Frida, you may, I mean, I don't know if Voodoo Queen and Bedtime. Oh gosh, I've done it again. Sorry, there's me with, just when I think I'm being all organised, I realise I've not turned my volume off. I don't know if Voodoo Queen and Bedtime will come in. I mean, I hope they do because of obviously the topic that we're covering. But I just thought it's worth going through a few little things, some things that were attention was drawn to last night. And I think especially given that we're going to be covering the second part of Enfield on Tuesday. So, you know, the investigations that were carried out and so on. So I thought, yeah, because I felt really bad that I had to ditch the live. Well done, Kathy. I would not have listened to that so late on the night. No way. No, I really wanted to get off, Sheila, but I felt rude by just going, right, I'm going, right, I'm going, right, I'm going. But that's why I've come back, because it really is such, you know, it's so interesting, isn't it? So it does need addressing. Oh, right, just reaching for my vape. So, have you, have any of you guys not heard the recordings of Bill Wilkins? I just want, because I know not everybody's listened to them. And Lisa was asking, was I going to play them? And I said no, only because I know that some people didn't want to hear them. So I don't want to traumatize anybody. Mrs. Mercury, it's awful, that voice, isn't it? But there is something that you may, well, when I bring it up again, you'll remember if you listened to last night's live to the end, something that got brought up not long before we wound it up, that I have then gone back and listened to today. And yeah, it's something, it's very, very strange. So I think the voice is just, it's sinister, isn't it? It's not just that it's an old man's voice, it's like an old man's sinister voice, not because it's coming out of an, well, she's 11, 12 at the time, not because the voice was coming out of her, you know, it's just the way it was speaking and the words and things. I've heard them before and listened to just a minute of them again, but I won't listen long. No, Sheila, I won't. That's why I was really happy Porky was going through them all. But I did listen today, just for some of the recordings that I hadn't heard before. For you to know, I don't want to listen to a voice of a demonic possessed person. No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But so we're not going to go, obviously, don't worry anybody, I will not be playing the voices. That's not going to happen. Oh, Google is being an arse now, but I'm in. Hi, Simples. Oh yeah, Simples was there till the bitter end last night as well. Yeah, can I just apologise, Simples, for having to like duck and run because I was just too scared last night. Was the end of the film right that Bill had a son? Yes, Mrs. Mercury, he did. And did you listen to the Enfield one that I did the other day? It's absolutely fine if you didn't, but this is how we've got onto Bill, because I've covered, or we are covering, the Enfield poltergeist case. So I did a live on Tuesday, which was just talking about the family and how things happened and occurred and what went on, right up to when the haunting stroke poltergeist activity stopped. And then on Tuesday, I'm going to do part 2, which is then, because there was just too much information to get it all into one live. So on Tuesday, coming up, I'm going to be covering, well, with some help, covering the investigations that were carried out and the different investigative techniques that were carried out by the Society of Psychical Research, the SPR. The police looked at stuff, the reporters looked at things. So that's what we're going to be looking at on Tuesday. And I thought, no, you know what? I think really, because I had to cut that discussion short last night, I think it would be quite a good time to discuss it this evening for an hour or two prior to us doing that second part of the Enfield case on Tuesday. So that's why I'm kind of facing my fears tonight, and yeah, I'm going for it. Symbols, it was okay. Oh, coffee cup. I was kind of scared, but listened to a bit of Bill this morning. Yeah, I listened to him this afternoon, Frida. But if you want to play the recordings, just give me a warning. No, honestly, Frida, I'm not going to play them. I'm not. That's one thing, and I will assure you all, that's one thing I will never do on my channel. I will not play those recordings. I just won't do it. So, you know, if we as individuals decide we want to go and listen to them, that's another kettle of fish. You know, go and listen to them and come back. Is my comment still pinned? Let me try it again. Oh, how the hell do I pin a comment? Oh, right, I'll stick it up on the screen anyway. And it did let me pin it before, but now it's not. Let me try it again. Just getting used to using this stupid thing. Oh, I'll star it. I don't know if that, yeah, for some reason I don't seem to be able to, you know, and you can pin a comment to the top of the chat. But anyway, not to worry. Oh, it is pinned. Oh, right. Thank you, Sheila. I wasn't sure if it was or not. Never mind. It's weird because I can't see on my StreamYard, so I've just put it up on the screen as well. Now that link is, it's called 20 of, they're the scariest of the recordings from the Enfield case. So up to 12 minutes and 30 seconds, they are, you know, the general recording. So it was things like Maurice Grosse asking questions and there being knocks and things being thrown, and there's a bit of screeching. I think stuff's going on in the background. At 12 minutes and 30 seconds, if you guys who were in last night remember, Bedtime Clown, when he was up on panel, discussed Bill singing Row, Row, Row Your Boat, and I hadn't heard it. That is on that link that I've just posted there, and it starts at 12 minutes and 30 seconds. And then following on from that, there are some recordings that I hadn't heard before. And this is where I've picked up on a couple of things as well. So so that's there if anybody wants to have a listen to it. But yeah, like Kathy said, listen in broad daylight, especially if you're fricky like I am. So obviously some of the things that were brought up last night, it was the conversations that were going on, and there are definitely more than that the one voice heard coming out of Janet. And this is what Bedtime had mentioned. It was what Pork Chop mentioned. Let me just, new Exorcist movie coming out, won't be watching it. The old one scared me for years. Frida, me too. Me too. So I saw, obviously, the original one, and I've read the book. And then I saw Exorcist the beginning, and that scared the shit out of me as well. Hi, Green Eyes. How are you? And top of the morning to you. I tried to make it that little bit later tonight so that we could maybe catch you if you were free. Because you missed me last night. I went into, not long after you'd logged off. I just had a complete breakdown regarding the recordings of Bill and Porky putting in chat exactly what was being said. And at 3 a.m, when I realised that that was the time that ghosts and demons and everything come out and get really active, I shit myself. So I closed it down, got on the phone to him, scared, and didn't sleep all night. I know, I'm such a wuss, but I had a sleep on the sofa for a couple of hours, and then I decided, no, I need to revisit this in the daylight and talk. So I promise you, and I'm promising myself, I am not going to be on here until gone midnight, because I'm not getting scared again on my own like I did last night. So I thought, if I can limit it to a couple of hours, we can have a bit of a chat about it, and then other things if you want to. But we'll do this ahead of the planned Enfield Part 2 on Tuesday. So what happened, for those who missed it, was, oh God, I was on like 8 hours, Green Eyes. Famous last words, wasn't it? I came on for a couple of hours, and because I came on at 7 p.m. UK time last night, and I was still on at 3 a.m. trying to get off and just pooing myself. So that's the longest one so far. Do you know what, Green Eyes? I don't know. Because you were there virtually to the end, weren't you? You were probably, I don't know, you maybe only missed half an hour to an hour of it. Did you go offline while Bedtime was still up on panel? It didn't even seem that long. I didn't get to sleep until after 4:30. Or was that because you were scared, or just because you were wide awake? Kiss, I listened to about half of your live last night. I think the Southend werewolf was possessed by a demon, just my opinion. No, I think the same thing, Frida. I think he was possessed by, well, as the Warrens were saying, they think he was possessed by like a wolf demon. So maybe it's kind of the best of both worlds. Yeah, Bedtime was still up. Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, so we were probably up for maybe an hour after you went, Green Eyes. Because I was watching Toenails to keep my mind off all that shit. Watching toenails, or do you mean cutting toenails? Yeah, so, well, what happened was, so you'll have missed this one, Green Eyes, because this came up just after. So Voodoo Queen was going to bed, and they were having a bit of banter. I think she was like, stop talking about this shit, and having a giggle because, watching the. Oh, sorry, I didn't know if it was a spelling mistake. Symbols. Green. At least it's daytime here when you were discussing it, or I would be crapping myself. Yeah, well, I'm determined I'm not going to crap myself tonight. Done a bit of saging. I've done my whole white light blessing around my house, and everybody in the chat. I am feeling better. I think it was just probably a combination of me being really tired, having two people discussing in their own ways their interpretations of these recordings, because obviously Bedtime isn't scared of it, he's fascinated, and Porky isn't scared of them, he's fascinated. So because they are both discussing the scary elements of it, because they're not frightened, it kind of got to me quite a bit. It started to play on my mind. So yeah, but I wanted to cover this bit. So what you would have missed was, as Voodoo Queen went off and she was going to bed, and Bedtime Clown was telling me that when he listened to the Bill recordings after, we covered it, that he went outside for a smoke, and Voodoo had gone to bed and he went outside for a smoke. And he said when he was coming in, he noticed that the door into the garage was open, which it shouldn't have been. And I'm sure, Simples, did he, and Kathy, because you were both still in there, didn't he say he heard knocking sounds? And then he obviously went to bed and was telling Voodoo Queen about it, and she lost her shit with him. So Simple's Meerkat, I absolutely loved hearing Clown being so excited about it all. Yes, I know. And it's good because obviously Bedtime Clown is a skeptic. What is that is so scary about the nighttime, the darkness and the quiet? I know, Frida, but we at the end of the day, we're nothing but animals, and as animals, even though we think we've progressed, but we are still animals that have got very poor night vision. So that's our most vulnerable time, and that's going back to ancient times, isn't it? So that primal fear of the dark and shadows and whatever else, that's still always going to be in us. Hi, Linda. Hello, love. How are you? It's lovely to see you. Green Eyes, found a funny TikTok for you to look at after this. Just reminded me of Oh, right. You could put. Do you want to put the do you mean to send it to me, or do you want to put the link up in chat? Feel free to do it now. You know what? I'm easygoing here. Do whatever you like. I don't mind if I'm chatting away and you've all gone off on another topic. It's absolutely fine. This, apart from the fact that the only reason I say my channel is just because it's got all my horse and stuff, things on here. But as far as these lives go, these are ours. I might be the gobshite who's leading them, because the StreamYard's in my name, but I don't mind, whatever you want to discuss, chat away about it, veer the topics off, which we did last night, didn't we, partway through the werewolf stuff? We then started talking about other things, and then we went back to the werewolves. I really don't mind. Oh, yeah, I'm doing well, Linda, and all the better for seeing you as well. Yeah, so we're just talking about Scary Bill Wilkins. If you, I think you were in, weren't you, for the Enfield live the other night? Well, on Tuesday night. So it's just we had a bit of a discussion. For my short live yesterday turned into 8 hours, and I only got off after 3 a.m. and it was really interesting because Bedtime Clown and Pork Chop were really going analysing the recordings of Bill Wilkins, the ghost voice that was apparently coming out of Janet Hodgson. So that went on till 3 a.m. I got scared, had to close the live down, and that's what I've come back on to discuss. So I don't know. I don't know if Voodoo and Bedtime will be coming up, because is it like late afternoon where they are at the moment? So I'm just trying to think now. It's yeah, and I think Pork Chop's probably gaming as well. So I also think that during the night there's less to distract you, whereas during the day there's all sorts going on. There certainly is, Frida. You can't pin it, we'll send it to you later. Yeah, no problem, Green Eyes, thank you. Oh, Captain Spaulding Records Revisited. Hi, hello, Captain Spaulding. I don't think we've seen you before, but you're very welcome. Nice to see new faces, and thank you for joining us. Oh, there's me, babe. Hello, here but not here. No problem. I'm trying to fight my fears, Pork Chop, and I'm going to discuss Bill again. And I've picked up a couple of things. That link I sent you earlier, the one that's up there on screen. I've heard a little bit of something as well, so that's what I'm going to discuss tonight. But I'm not staying on till 3 a.m. Absolutely not. So yeah, if you bob in later on, I know that your Green Eyes is here. He'll always be happy to know that her wingman is in. But yeah, I thought you'd probably be gaming. Yes, yeah, late afternoon, Simples. Thank you. Yeah, it's have you listened to us for a while, Captain Spaulding? Because I've not seen you around, which is great. Oh, there's the link from Green Eyes for TikTok. Thank you very much. I shall have a look at that later. Oh, okay, Captain Spot. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, she's an absolute babe, sending people over here. Captain Spaulding, was that the character out of The Devil's Rejects? The clown, wasn't that Captain Spaulding? I might be talking complete gush now, but the Spaulding seems to ring a bell with me. That Rob Zombie film, for anybody who doesn't know. Yes, oh, thank you. Oh, see, I'm not losing my touch. Well, Captain Spaulding, which she may have told you, Tismy Denny might have told you or may not have, but I make everybody mods in here just to piss people off. So if you ever decide to come in again, you'll notice that you are blue and you will have a wrench because I like us all being mods in here. I'm going for the channel with the most mods, even though I'm probably one of the smallest. Captain, bless Denny, I love her. She's a great laugh. She absolutely is, Frida. I'm just hoping a little boy is okay today, because he had that. Oh, yes, you won't know, Frida. He had a fall. He fell down the stairs in the new house, and he's got a little crack in his collarbone. So hopefully, with it being a green stick fracture, it should heal pretty quickly. So yeah, I know she was getting a little stressed with it last night. Yeah, Rob Zombie. Yes, Simples. Thank you. It was a great film, that, wasn't it? Captain Spaulding. I do the same because that way you can tell the real from the trolls. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, some people might come in and be trolls, and I've modded them up, but it just stops people from, if they're coming in trying to cause a bit, from coming in and then blocking and deleting, good subs and channel members. So at least this way, there's only me that can start blocking people if I absolutely have to. So yeah, but it was kind of, I started it because there were some, one of the other channels that we all go on to, there's a lot of haters surrounding that particular creator, and you'd see the haters going, oh God, did you see there were only mods in chat, or there were more mods in chat than there were subs? So this was kind of a bit of an FU to those horrible people that had decided to put everybody on as mods. Green Eyes, oh bless him, nothing worse than collarbone fracture. I know. Let's have a look. Kiss, you might have not a lot of subs, but I have looked and you have more views than certain creators with over 1,000 subs. Is that right, Frida? Wow. Oh, well, that's good, because obviously I'm trying to do topics that will appeal to everybody. You all know I love my I love my history, but I do like things like this. So Oh, Captain Spaulding says, I'm into the Manson case, so I know a lot about the haters. Ah, right. So I'm presuming that's Charles Manson as opposed to Marilyn. Really fit. It is Sheila, isn't it? I didn't know that. Small and perfectly put together. Green eyes, just like us. All us short people. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Frida. That's really good. Thank you. So yeah, Charles Manson. I don't know a lot about that one, Captain Spaulding, because I'm not really a true crime person. There's a couple of cases I'm incredibly interested in, and I'm really happy watching other creators. So if you've got a channel, I'm presuming, do you do uploads on Charles Manson? Because if so, guys, if you want to go over and sub on to Captain Spaulding, I'd like to give a bit of support. I was going to say if you could drop a link, but obviously you're not a mod yet, so you can't do it. But right, yeah, if anyone wants to go over and give Captain Spaulding Records Revisited a sub. Okay, stop mentioning any names. Yeah. Do you know what, Frida? You can mention whatever names you want. No, I don't bother in here. The only name I don't want in here is shitlord, really, unless there's something really funny that's happened. Captain, is there any truth that Manson was a CIA? Oh, a MK Ultra victim. I've not heard that, Sheila. Oh, what do you think, guys? Should we just have a 5 for 10 minutes on this before I go back to Bill? This is what I love with you lot, because we just go so random and we bounce around, and I think it's great because it stops it being boring, doesn't it? I've never heard that theory, Sheila. Depends on which theory you believe. What do you believe, Captain Spaulding? Do you buy into that one? Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. Green Eyes has just dropped the link there for Captain Spaulding's channel. So, I'd really appreciate it if you guys would click on, give him a sub or her a sub. I'm presuming you're a gentleman, but I might be wrong. Don't want to make assumptions. Hi, Marie. How are you doing? And it's great to see you. Marie, I need to mod you up as well, honey. Oh, you've heard it before, have you, Mrs. Mercury? You see, the last one I heard about anything like the MK Ultra was those two. Do you remember those Swedish twins who ran onto the M6 motorway in front of trucks? They were just absolutely batshit crazy. I believe that the Tate killings took place over a bad drug deal. Oh, right, okay. Oh, well, I'm looking forward to seeing that. Oh, brilliant. People are subbing there to you. I'll have to sub to you later, Captain, only because if I try to do anything when I'm on StreamYard, I kick myself out of my own live, and I don't want to inflict that on everybody, because all you'll hear of me is saying fuck, 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 and then I go quiet, and then I'll reappear 5 minutes later. No problem, because the majority of people in here, Captain, are they love true crime. We all love true crime. It's just some more than others, but yeah, that sounds quite right up people's streets. So yeah, great. But as you may have heard when you came in, I don't mind if I'm in the middle of talking about something and the chat veers off to talk about something else completely different. It's not a problem at all. Oh, thanks, Sheila, for subbing there. Thank you. Have you got a large channel, Captain Spaulding, or you're a little Didion like me? Yeah, I've heard the story, but I'm not sure how much of it I believe. Which is that, Mrs. Mercury, about the MK Ultra or the drug deal gone wrong? I mean, I absolutely believe with this MK Ultra stuff, I do believe it goes on. I did have a larger channel, but it was taken down by YouTube for copyright. Oh, aren't they swines? Absolute buggers. They tried to get me on one of my shorts that I put up, and it's my boyfriend singing, and some cheeky bugger tried to hit it with a copyright strike. I'm like, why? It's him singing on a karaoke. So the rights to broadcast that music are already there. You know, they've been given up, and it wasn't anybody else singing. But yeah, somebody tried to hit me with a copyright strike for it. Oh, thanks, Green Eyes. Thank you. Yeah, the MK Ultra. Yeah, very scary stuff. I think, I mean, a lot of people started looking more in depth into that after the Bourne films came out, didn't they? But then if you remember, oh, what was that film called that Mel Gibson starred in, where he was a bit crackers, but it turns out he'd been undergoing that kind of treatment. And then, as I said, there were those the Swedish twins, which I mean, that kind of like super soldiers. I've never seen anything like that, and anybody who hasn't watched that video, in fact, having said that, because I find that so fascinating, I might cover that one night. Those crazy Swedish twins. Lead singer of 30 Seconds to Mars got a copyright strike for singing his own song. Are you kidding me? There's always somebody that wants to try it on, isn't there? Mr. Mercury, so yes, I mean, Manson being controlled by MK Ultra, though I do believe MK Ultra exists. Oh yes, I do, absolutely. That's it, Frida. Thank you, conspiracy theory. So yeah, that was the first time, you know, people probably, you know, outside of those circles that were already looking at conspiracy theories, but that actual film Conspiracy Theory was probably the first time it garnered quite a lot of attention on the MK Ultra. Then you've got the Bourne trilogy. And like I said, after that was when I first saw the coverage of those two twins running across the M6 into traffic and throwing themselves into vehicle. Oh, haven't you, Green Eyes? Oh, thank you very much, Captain. Thank you. Yeah, it's really crazy. Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you about that, or Sheila? What I don't understand about them twins is why did they have a carrier bag full of mobile phones? Well, exactly. You know, it's because I don't believe they, the psychiatrists, you know, the theory that they had on why they both behaved like that. I tell you what, shall I go through it just to give us something to talk about, or do you want me to carry on with the bill thing, or carry on talking about Charles Manson, because I really don't mind. Okay. Right, well, let's have a look. The twins would be good. I've never heard of it. One I do believe was controlled by MK Ultra was Saran, the man who killed Robert Kennedy. Yeah, yeah, I've heard somebody saying that before, Captain Spaulding. I've heard that before. And oh, who was the other one? Hang on a second. Oh, gosh, my brain. Was it the guy? Was it the guy? I can't remember if it was the guy who shot, because there was three of them, and I can't remember which it was. the guy who shot Reagan, the guy who shot John Lennon, or the guy who shot the Pope. And I can't remember which of them it was. I just know it was somebody who shot one of those three. And again, I can't remember. Right, okay, just going off tangent for a little bit then, I will talk about the Crazy Twins. So they were, and if anybody can, if I say anything wrong, then, please correct me if anybody knows anything different, because I'm going to kind of have to go off my memory. Excuse my ignorance, what is MK? Oh, that's a 60-minute Australian link for your greenhouse. Oh, is that on the twin, Sheila? Thank you, love. Project MK Ultra, Frida. Apparently it was an illegal experiments. It was this whole program of experiments that were being carried out on human beings by the CIA, and it was relating to mind control. So I think, I mean, there were hundreds and hundreds of these experiments carried out on people, and I think, did it start was it the Cold War era that it started, that they started to do this? So, oh, it was Sirhan who tried to shoot the Pope too. Wow. MK Ultra is a program created by the United States government to control humans. It was created. Oh, thank you, Captain Spaulding. I didn't want to give any incorrect information out, because again, I know a little bit about a lot of things which Denny may have told you, but I don't know a lot about a lot of things. And I know a lot about Vikings and a lot about certain periods of history. Yeah, it's quite interesting, Frida, if you look into it. Yeah, psychedelic mind control is what MK Ultra does, says Sheila. Yes. So it was things like giving them certain drugs. They would do things, like sleep deprivation, just all sorts of really bizarre, weird things. Because didn't as well, Sheila, which you may know, Captain Spaulding, didn't they also do some were there some Canadians that they did this on, unbeknownst, they weren't people that had volunteered for it. I'm sure I remember hearing some whisperings that the CIA had actually carried out some of this MK Ultra malarkey on some Canadians. Well, that just might have been whispers. I don't know. Oh, thank you. Oh, you see, my memory's coming back. Like I said, I can remember bits and pieces, but probably not enough to do a full live on. Although maybe I could. Maybe I could. So, Mrs. Mercury, MK Ultra always reminds me of the daughters in American Dad. I've never seen that, Mrs. Mercury. Is that a film? So, I'll start talking about the Crazy Twins, and obviously if other people, because I can only use my phone. I've not got another device to hand, so I'm going to go off things as best I can remember. But I did get quite obsessed with this particular topic, so I'm going to hope that my memory serves me as well as I think it will. So these two twins were called Sabrina and Ursula Erickson. I think it was Sabrina and Ursula. They were born, I think it was the late 60s. And they're identical twins. And they were born in Sweden. Now, oh, it's a cartoon for grown-ups, quite funny. Oh, right, thank you, Mrs. Mercury. I'd never actually seen that. Well, now, apparently, these twins, they were the youngest of, I think they were a family of four. They had an older brother, an older sister, and then there were these two identical twins. Now, growing up, there were no, well, as far as we know, there have never been any records found that either of these twins. Oh, sorry, Kiss. I always sidetrack the chat talking about random shite like MK Ultra. No, Sheila, it's fine. I don't mind. It's absolutely fine. We did it yesterday. Not a problem. You know, I'm not precious. And I think this is actually quite an interesting case as well. And then we can go back to Bill. It's not a problem at all. If you guys are happy for me to talk about the Ericsons, then we'll talk about it and then bob back onto nasty old shit Bill. Because it'll also give, I mean, I don't know whether he's going to do it or not. I know that Porky said yesterday that he would try and go through some of those recordings if he got a chance today. Well, he probably hasn't because he's been out and about, but and he's gaming now. But just in case he has, you know, it might give him a chance to come in later on. No, you didn't, Frida. No, nobody sidetracks anything. The chat goes in the direction it was always meant to. That's the way I look at it. So, so according to, you know, the records and searches that people have found or tried to find, there was never any history of mental illness with these two girls. They had no criminal history. And in, gosh, was it round about the year 2000, the twins were living, they weren't still together anymore. They were living in different countries. So it was, oh God, which was the one that lived in Ireland? Was it Sabrina who was married? This is where my brain's going to go. I'll say this, and if anybody wants to double check and pull me up if I'm wrong. So as far as I can remember, round about the year 2000, Sabrina was married and she was living in Southern Ireland. And she had a husband and I think it was two or three children. Ursula had gone and she was living in the USA. Now, I don't know what she was doing. I can't remember. But anyway, now, there's nothing of any great significance happened until, oh gosh, what was 2008, I think? 2007 or 2008. Ursula went to stay with Sabrina in Southern Ireland. And then for some reason, they both suddenly just left. They left Ireland together and headed for Liverpool. Now, it's thought that they caught the ferry from Southern Ireland and got into Liverpool, and then they went to a police station. Once they'd landed in Liverpool, they went to some police station. This is where it gets really like crazy, because they went off to some police station and they reported that they were worried about Sabrina's kids. Now, these are the kids that she's obviously just upped and fecked off and left, but she was worried about their safety. And it was really weird because I don't know what happened about that. Sheila, I don't think we would have learned much about it if the TV program hadn't filmed it all. That was, I know that it was so lucky that TV crew were there. Was it traffic cops? I think. So yeah, so that's the first thing that they did, was go to a police station, make some really strange and bizarre claim that these children that she was obviously so worried about, she was concerned for their safety, but she'd like fecked off and left them in Southern Ireland. So that was that. Anyway, the next thing they did was they got onto a coach, and they then decided that they were, so this coach I think was bound for, oh God, was it London it was bound for? I'm sounding really crap. This is what happens, Green Eyes, when I'm caught on the spot. I've got to rely on memory. But this bus, as far as I can remember, was headed to London. So it gets on the M6. Now, the one bit I do know is that when the coach pulled into the services on the M6, and some motorway police TV program, can't remember the name of it, probably Traffic Cop sounds about right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But so yeah, they're coming down the M6. The coach stops at the services at Keele, and they got off the coach. Now, I don't know why, but the coach driver left them at Keele services. And Keele services wasn't, they have, if you go on these National Express coaches, they always have designated stops along the way, don't they? And, they'll say like, right, we'll stop at Knutsford services, and then we'll stop at Keele services, and then we'll stop at, well, Keele wasn't one of those, but they stopped there. I'm pretty sure it was because the twins were reckoning they were going to be sick or something. But anyway, he stopped at Keele, they got off, and then for whatever reason, the coach driver just left them there. And I think it was because they were acting a bit dodgy. They were a bit twitchy, and whatnot. And I think he was saying that they were, the bags that they had with them, I think they had, I think BAM covered this. They call it Folie à Deux, the madness of two. That's the name of it, Mrs. Mercury. Although I'm not. Yes, that is an actual thing. But my thoughts on it were regarding the whole MK Ultra thing, just because of the way that, well, you'll see in a second. But actually, I honestly didn't know BAM had already covered this one. Was it how long ago was this, Frida and Mrs. Mercury? Can you remember? Yeah, I've missed it as well, Green Eyes. So I think what had happened was with the bus driver, because they were acting a little bit odd. They were kind of pacing up and down and walking around and looking at things, and they had like death grips on their, I can't remember if they were rucksacks or what have you, the baggage that they had with them. And he was a little bit suspicious that it could have been drugs in these, could it have been bombs in these bags? It felt that the something wasn't quite right. So he just he left them to it. And I think he let was it the service at the service station at Keele Services, either he or he'd contacted his offices back, and they let the service oh right, Frida. Oh, I've definitely missed it. Oh, flip. Oh, you can't remember, it's going back a while. Yes, so oh well, I'll just I mean, obviously I'm not going to cover it properly. I'm only going off my memory, so we'd have to see what happens. Just to give Green Eyes a little bit of info on it. And so basically they let the service station manager know. I'm pretty sure that he then rang the police, because they were kind of wandering around the services. Well, if you've no vehicle, how are you going to get off there? And then they started to walk off before like police or anybody could apprehend them. They left the services and they walked onto the M6, and they were actually in the central reservation. of the, I mean, and you know, round, I mean, especially if anyone's driven around near Kiel, anywhere around the Midlands area, the M6 is busy at the best of times, but it's absolute chock down there. So they're walking up the central reservation. Now, they then tried to cross it. Now, this was when, at the time, don't think it was this story. All right, yeah, Simples. It gets worse. It's the craziest thing ever. So basically, at the time of this happening, so they're in the central reservation. They're coming along towards. There's a film crew that are filming this, which I think was traffic cops and motorway cops. I can't remember the name of it. They were filming at the time, so they've picked up these two are walking down the central reservation, and they then try to cross the M6 in the fast lane, right? So Sabrina, the one who lived in Ireland, she was hit by a car. Now, she's kind of like up and tossed into the air, which was absolutely crackers. The Highways Agency, there were officers there. They became aware of it. I don't know whether someone had rung through on a mobile phone or what have you, and contacted the police. So obviously, as I said, the police were there and they were being followed by this film crew. So the police are trying to kind of weigh out what's going on, and the traffic officers are there, the highways officers are there with this one on the floor who's been hit by the vehicle. They're trying to keep hold of this other sister, so Ursula, and all of a sudden she just suddenly, it was when Bam covered the Moors murders and was explaining about foliages. She touched this case to explain. Right, okay. Oh, so it wasn't one that she actually covered. Right, okay. I've obviously missed that, or I must have tuned out. So yeah, so she suddenly fights to get away from the police, and she just runs straight into the side of another vehicle. And it's a fucking great big lorry. It's a big Arctic, and I think that was doing around about 60 miles an hour at the time. So she's gone underneath the wheels of this Arctic, you know, this I don't know what you call them in America. They call them like eight wheelers or something. Great big heavy goods vehicles. She's gone under it. The other sister then gets up and follows her, and she's hit head on by another vehicle that's traveling at speed. So she's like, she hits the windscreen, and it's just, you've got to see it. You've got to watch the video, Green Eyes, to believe how crazy it was. So the one that had gone underneath the wagon, I mean, her legs were they were pulped. So the police officer is, the police officer's got hold of her, and he's on his radio and he's saying, can somebody, send ambulances, all the rest of it. It did look as though she wanted to kill herself, Sheila, but it's the craziest thing. So she's unconscious on the floor underneath the wagon. The wagon driver is out. He's distraught because there's nothing he could have done. She literally threw herself into the side and was sucked underneath these massive tyres, and her legs were run over and mashed. So that's what happened to her. The other one who has been hit by the vehicle is unconscious. So she's got head injury. She's all the rest of it. And another police officer is with her. And I think it was a lady who was driving the car that hit her. She's out as well, and she's in shock, but they're trying to, stay with her, even though she's unconscious, and trying to comfort her. And then you see the one who had gone under the wheel, so her legs are of no use, okay, at this point. She then comes to, and she's trying to fight with the officers to get off her, swinging punches, screaming, shouting, help me. Then the other one who had been hit by the vehicle, the car, she starts to come round. They're trying to keep her down because she's got a head injury. She, she could have a broken neck. She got, she was hit at high speed by this car. She could have internal injuries. She starts to come round and she's trying to get up, which some people do when they've been injured, bit woozing. They're like, no, yeah, green eyes. It gets even worse. So they're like, stay down, you'll be okay. Then she's fighting to get up. Now there's a policewoman with her. She manages to get up. The policewoman is trying to calm her down. The other one that's underneath the truck with mashed up legs is fighting and trying to swing punches from the waist up. She's lying face down. She's fighting and screaming with the police officer, not screaming in agony like you would expect. The other one that was hit by the vehicle, the policewoman is trying to keep her on the floor. She then gets up. The policewoman is trying to keep hold of her. She knocks the policewoman in the face like a full-on fucking belt, shrugs the policewoman off like she's nobody. And I'm not being funny, but this policewoman wasn't a slim, tiny little thing. She was a bit of a hefty lass. She weren't a little dot of a thing. She had some weight to her that, and these two twins, although they were tall, they looked like they didn't weigh 7 stone each, wet through. And then she sprints across. So she sprints across this side of the motorway and leaps over the central reservation and goes running into the flying traffic on the opposite side, with the policewoman running behind going, fucking hell. So they had to leave the one on the floor that's disabled at this point. Both coppers and the highways agency go running after her, plus some other people, some men who've been in vehicles who have witnessed all of this, because she is running into the face of oncoming traffic. There's cars veering all over the place to try and avoid her. They manage to restrain her, and you should hear her. She's kicking, she's spitting, she's biting, she's hitting. They've got grown men struggling to hold on to this bit of a girl by arms and legs. She's screaming, get the police, call the police. They're trying to kill me. This copper the male police officer at this point is going, we are the police. And you can see he's really fucked off. The policewoman, she's smarting because her face, she's got a full on like right hook off this Ursula one. They managed to get her back over the central reservation with all these fellas holding on to her. They then have to restrain her. The other twin on the floor, she's effing and jeffing, and oh god, and it just went completely mental. So the one who's been crippled by this van, she's got into an ambulance and taken off. This one, now don't forget, she's been hit by 2 cars. She got cuffed off another car. I mean, the car that hit her, how she didn't shatter every bone from her pelvis down, because the car that hit her when her sister was lying under the wagon was doing about 70 miles an hour, and it hit her full on, right? Now, you tell me how that woman did not suffer any fractures or any internal injuries. Plus, there was a big hole in the wind, like a big circle in the windscreen where her head had hit it. She is then handcuffed and placed in a police car. And there's nothing wrong with her. And she's talking and she's like, do I look all right? And she's just chit-chatting. She's gone from this complete fucking psycho to, a little bit odd, but not looking as crackers. They then get her to the police station. She's just chatting like nothing's wrong. She did look a bit eccentric, but you would not have thought that, in the last hour, her and her sister have behaved completely erratically. They have both run in front of vehicles. They've both been screaming about people trying to get them. They've both been screaming, get the police. Neither have shown any acknowledgement of pain, which they should have done. Now, you can kind of think maybe the one on the floor underneath the wagon, she's not, and Green, as you may be able to contradict me here because you with your background, but she could have been in severe shock, which meant that she wasn't feeling the pain, and with the adrenaline running through her system. But this other one, you know, she has been hit head on. She's already been hit by one car. She's hit by this. She's then clipped by another one on the other side. And she's not showing any signs whatsoever. She's not even showing like bruising to her face or her arms. So I can't even grasp it. She's then in the police station. They get her in a cell. She's chatting away. She's actually a little bit flirty with the police officers. She then spends overnight in the cell. Then she's bailed out. She's wandering round the streets with, she never once does she ask about her twin sister. Never once does she ask about her identical twin sister to say, is she okay? Not once. And then this is the sad part, because she's then allowed to go. She's spotted by Glenn. Oh God, what was his name? I can't remember his surname. I'm really sorry. His name was Glenn. He was he lived in the local area of Stoke-on-Trent, where they'd taken you know, her to this local police station. And she is wandering around these streets, and he was a very kind gentleman, and he saw that she was looking a bit distressed and didn't seem to know what was what. So he took her home with him. You know, he felt really sorry for her, and she was asking for directions to yeah, this is him, that Glenn. She's asking him, you know, where can I go for a bed and breakfast? But she just looked like she just weren't all right, and you know, was looking a little bit not right in the head. So he said she could come and stop at his house, and then she started to tell him stories about, you know, she couldn't find her sister. Her sister was in hospital, and she was trying to find her. But then when they got back to his house, I think they then cracked open a few beers or whatnot, and she was just acting really paranoid, because she kept going, trying to like look through, you know, the glass of the door, and then looking through the window and coming sitting down again, and looking just as though, you know, she was expecting people to be watching for her. And then she was doing things like, wasn't it fags that she was doing, Sheila, where she'd like offer them a fag, and the minute they took one, she'd like snatch it back and stick it back in the box. She was just acting really, really weirdly. Anyway, so this was like that night, and she stayed at this Glenn's house, and then the next day, he's trying to find out where her sister is, and sorry, I got the names wrong, didn't I? It was Ursula who was underneath the wagon. This is Sabrina who's with him, the one with the family from Ireland, right? So she stays with him all day. Now, round about tea time, he nipped out for, I can't remember if he went to the shop or a neighbour's or something, but he basically nipped out. And when he came back in, he was babbling something about, you know, she stabbed me before collapsing on the floor, and he dropped dead. And one of the neighbours who'd seen this, Sabrina legged it, and I think he was like, shit, has she done this? So she basically had stabbed him. And the only reason that she ended up getting, she was apprehended, was that some guy was driving down the road and sees her. Now, she has, I don't know whether she'd nicked it from this Glenn's house, or if she'd found it or got it from somewhere else. She was like smacking herself on her head with this hammer, you know, like a proper hammer. Kept banging herself on the head with it, So this guy in the car pulls over, he stops, because he's like, God, this woman, she's obviously looks like a mental patient. I better stop and, you know, try and get this hammer off her. And while he's trying to get the hammer out of her hands, She then gets, I think it was a slate or a tile off a roof or something. She had it in a bag. She suddenly gets this out, knocks him over the head with it, which knocked him a little bit dizzy. Anyway, paramedics are on the scene and they legged after her. And while they're legging after her, she then, this is where the only thing that stopped her was because she then approached a bridge over a main road. It was like a main A road. And she jumped off the bridge, and the bridge was something like, was it 30 or 40 foot high bridge? She just leapt off it like she was jumping off the bottom stair in the house. However, as she landed, she fractured both her was it her feet and ankles she fractured, and did a skull, and ended up in the hospital. So it was all, I mean, there's a lot more to it, and it's just that crazy behavior where I'm just not convinced that that wasn't something that like influenced behavior, shall we say. It was when we were looking at it and seeing this superhuman strength that they had, and the paranoia. I don't know. I really am thinking people were going to kill them, whereas nothing had happened before. Simple. I always thought folie à deux was almost a planned thing. This sounds like a combined psychotic break. I don't know. I think folie à deux can be spontaneous, I think, but I don't know. I think it was the fact that I'm just at a bit of a loss at the moment. I'm just trying to get my own thoughts in order with this one, because I just don't think that, like, the sentencing that she got for this murder was ridiculous. The fact that she went back to, I think she ended up back in Sweden and virtually vanished. I don't know. Things just don't add up right for me, and I'm sorry because I'm sounding a little bit vague, because obviously I hadn't planned on talking about this, but I think when you watch the actual program, yeah, that's right, Sheila. Nothing was going to stop them from completing it. It was, they were heading somewhere. They were, thanks, because you got my thoughts in order then. They were heading somewhere. They had got something planned and they were going to do it, unbeknownst to anybody else. And it was a bit like the fact that they've gone all these years. Obviously, they've been in each other's company. This has never happened before. And it's like, did something, did something trigger this? And by trigger, I mean, were they activated? I don't know. Did they activate like a sleeper? Was that kind of thing? Yes, yeah, the Erickson sisters, Lisa. We kind of stopped. We veered off from Bill, but we are going back to him. But we're just talking because Green Eyes didn't know about them. And I'm saying I always thought that these were a good example of the MK Ultra, the mind control. Just because of this paranoia and the strength and everything that surrounded this case, the fact that they were running into traffic. Yeah, I'm just not convinced that this was a psychotic break of some sort. But maybe I've read too many conspiracy theories. Oh, Screen I said, I think it could be both. It's a chemical, as adrenaline is naturally produced in the body, and it has probably always been implanted in our DNA. So basically, Green Eyes, that's kind of the rundown. There is more to it, but if I had notes and things, I could have given it more justice. So I'm sorry if I've ruined that for anybody who wasn't aware of it, because that was just me kind of trying to talk about it. But it's, yes, Lisa, it was one of the most bizarre things. That where she fights to get away from that woman police officer and just throws herself in the path of another car. Because the cuffing that she gave to that policewoman, it must take superhuman strength to get up after being hit twice by a car. It does, Green Eyes. I mean, she was unconscious. And you'll see it if you use that link that Sheila served. I've remembered what it was called. It was Motorway Cops. And the actual, if my memory serves me right, the actual episode, it was called Life in the Fast Lane. And it's solely focusing on these Erickson sisters. And if you watch it, you'll see how crazy it is. Now, that's something for you to watch. You know, you can watch that in the dark on your own, because it's not frightening. It's just really weird. But when you see how they're acting, then you'd see why I go MK Ultra of some form rather than a psychotic break. Why do you think they were targeted? I don't know, Mrs. Mercury. Why is anybody? And I think part of it was the fact that Ursula had gone to, Ursula was in America. Why did she go over there? You know, there's big gaps in these girls' backgrounds. Now, whether that's been that records have been hidden for whatever reason. And her brother, that was the other thing as well. Her brother, I said they had an older brother and an older sister. Well, when they were found on the motorway, when he was, I think he was questioned about it. I think he did an interview in Sweden with one of their one of their national newspapers. And he said that they were trying to get away from maniacs who were chasing them, trying to get them. And that's why they were where they were and doing what they did. So what maniacs and why? And he hadn't spoken to either of those, to concoct another a secondary story. Whether they'd got in touch with the families when they left Ireland, I don't know. But yeah, it just all seems to have been triggered by Ursula leaving America, coming to Ireland, spending that day with Sabrina, at which point Sabrina leaves her children, leaves her husband, leaves her home. They get on a ferry, they get over to Liverpool, they make a bizarre visit to the local police station, and then head to London, and all of this ensued. It's crackers. No sign of any form of Yes, Mrs. Mercury. When they both left Sweden, Ursula was living. And she lived in America for 7 or 8 years prior to this happening. They'd never acted like this. They'd never had any episodes growing up. They'd been in each other's company, after separations, and this had never happened. But after this period in America, and Ursula comes back over, she's not with her for very long, and away they go. And I know a few people had who go down this genetically modified soldier route as well. I've read a few. I don't know whether I buy into that or not. I find it easier to buy into MK Ultra than into genetically modified female super soldiers. Yeah, they're either Greek or they're the Russian. But I think the Russian ones, that might be a Russian one actually. Porky and Mirrorman thought last night that they were probably coming in because they were both on a Russian server while they were gaming, but I don't think so. I think they're just, they're just coming in It does sound like a twin experiment of some sort, Simples. You know, was one, you know, was one manipulated to then see if they could manipulate the other by that identical twin you know, apparently psychic connection, or was this something done in Sweden? I just don't know. Just don't know. But they looked very, I don't know, robotic. Just odd looking, very chiseled, didn't they? For those who've seen the film of them, very chiseled looking. You know, I would never have normally looked at those two and thought they were Swedish. So yeah, what do you think of that one then, Green Eyes? And anybody else who hasn't heard the tale. But yeah, I'm happy at some point. If anybody wants me to cover that properly, I will do. But yeah, I've just had to pull that out of my backside. I feel bad that I can't remember the name of that Glenn who she killed. They look like supermodels, tall, slim, angular features. Yeah, but they weren't really pretty though, were they, Sheila? They were a bit odd looking. I could understand why, but it's like a lot of supermodels, isn't it? You know, you'd look at them and you wouldn't say that they were classically beautiful. They were very angular, quite weird looking, to be fair. Written it down to check out tomorrow, right? Okie dokie. But yeah, a very strange case. Very strange. And the sad thing is that I don't think, yeah, they were like skinny, gangly, you know, quite wiry looking. But obviously, they had some strength behind them, because you think about what it takes. Oh, hang on. Wow, just looking at some photos, looks like the one under the truck has a couple of compound. Yeah, she did. Her legs were basically, her legs exploded as that went over her. But she did not. She wasn't screaming in pain. She was just trying to fight and trying to get up. She was actually trying to get up on those legs that were completely mushed. The weirdest, freakiest thing I've ever seen. It just, yeah, words kind of fail you with the Erickson twins. I mean, they'll probably be, you know, maybe in the mid-50s or something now. Don't even know where they are or what they're up to. I've not looked at this for quite a long time, to be fair. But when it happened, I was really obsessed with it. But yeah, so sorry if I've missed quite a lot out, or if I've got anything wrong in that. But I just wanted to give Green Eyes a little hint about what it involved. Yeah, I like things like that, rather than, as I said, rather than the true crime angles. I like listening to, or rather, I like discussing things like this. It might be a little bit weird. I can see me going down another rabbit hole today. I know, Green Eyes. It's fascinating. It is fascinating, and by all means, you know, if you do, and Simples and anybody else who looks into it, if you ever want to do an evening where we just discuss this and throw a few ideas and theories around, I'm really happy to do that. I just hope I got the twins in the right order. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, it was Ursula who was in America, and it was Sabrina who was from Ireland. But if you, Green Eyes, if you if you do a search on them and then put in something like MK Ultra or genetically modified super soldiers, there's all sorts will come up. It's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So yeah, the folie à deux, or adieu, or however you say it. I don't speak French. I'm really sorry. That's why I love this channel. The wide range of topics covered. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. Thank you so much. But I do. I mean, I do have the topics that I love, and I am occasionally going to veer back to them. But as I said before, that's why I love the chat, because we'll be talking about one thing and then one of you will bring something up and then we all jump on it and all start chattering. So I never stick to topic, but that doesn't bother me. And I would have been quite happy veering off as well and talking about Charles Manson, with our Captain Spaulding's interest, things like that. I really don't mind at all. Oh, thank you, Frida. Thank you. I mean, what do you want to do, guys? Do you want to talk about another few random bits, or do you want to go on to the Bill thing, or oh, what's that? Another strange twin story is June and Jennifer Gibbons. Oh, hang on, don't. Right, this is going to ring a bell with me, Mrs. Mercury. Let me see if I can get my brain back. Oh, sorry, the dog's going to bark. Don't, Cooper, please, please, Cooper, stop. We don't do that. God, it always has to do it. Just when I'm trying to remember things, and no, let me have a think. Were they are they June and Jennifer? Right, correct me if I'm wrong on this one. Were they the ones who did the were they the ones who they didn't talk, or am I mixing that up? If they're the ones I'm thinking of, they didn't speak to anybody else, did they? Was it just them two? Like they only spoke to each other. I might be wrong, but or somebody will have to remind me if I got that one wrong, because I can't see. If I go on and try and do any links on this, I'm going to kick myself out my chat. So, yes, no, that's the silent twin. Didn't they end up in the loony bin, Mrs. Mercury? Thank you, Green Eyes. Yeah, I don't know a lot about them. I think I'm sure they ended up they ended up in the loony bin. They're in this country, aren't they? They were over here in the UK, I think. But I don't know a lot about them. Just remember hearing something about, the silent twins. Broadmoor. Oh, thank you. How bad am I? The loony bin. I just forget. I get totally totally non-PC on this channel. Whatever. I can't remember why they were put in Broadmoor though. Was that just did they commit a crime, or was it just because of the behaviour? Some creators don't like that though, Kiss, but that is what makes this chat so comfortable to be in. Oh, do you mean about jumping around? No, I don't mind it at all, Frida. I really don't. Oh, sorry if you can hear a noise. I've got my ears really itchy. Ah. Right, my right ear is itching and burning. That's right for spite, isn't it? They say if you... Yeah, I'm glad you knew what I meant, green eyes. Oh, hello, Danny Love. Danny After Dark's in the house. Nice to see you. We have been talking about Bill, the ghostly Bill. However, we've just been discussing MK Ultra. Um, and weirdness. There was some twins in the UK. So we've kind of bounced around. We will be going back to Bill in a bit, but at the moment we're just doing what we always do, which is having a bit of a random chat about other things. So if there's anything you want to throw in there, Danny, please feel free, love. Miss Mercury, it's been a long time since I watched a video about them. I can't remember myself. Yeah, I'm not even going to pretend. I'm not even going to pretend that I know enough about those two twins. But yeah, Danny. Oh, good topic. I'll be listening while I put away groceries. Yeah, we were we were talking about one to look into in case you haven't heard of them, Danny, is the case of Ursula and Sabrina Eriksson. And they were these two batshit crazy Swedish twins who threw themselves, amongst other things, into the path of high-speed traffic on one of the motorways here in the UK. One went on to commit a murder, but the behaviour and what happened, one of them had spent 7 or 8 years in America prior, these were identical twins, prior to this thing taking place. So I don't know if that's your bag, but by all means, if you check them out, and there is a video called, it should be on YouTube, and it is Motorway Cops Life in the Fast Lane, a television crew. They were following a police unit on one of our motorways over here when the call came in about these two like crazy twins walking on the motorway in the middle of high speed traffic. So it was one of those rare occasions that there was a film crew there, and they managed to capture all of this, the footage of what happened, and it's quite disturbing. But the diagnosis that they gave these twins was that it was something called folie à deux, which was madness of two, like a shared psychosis. I am going down the road of MK Ultra. So yeah, if you ever want to have a look at that, if you haven't already, that's well worth a look at, Danny, because not many people outside the UK have heard of it. Oh, you've just refreshed yourself on Bill's recording. Have you checked my pinned link, Lisa? Because that's one I hadn't heard until this afternoon. It's ringing a bell now. I'm sure I've seen the program. Oh, about the twin simples. It had there were the two officers were like I think they were West Midlands police. I'm sure I remember hearing like a bit of a Brummie accent on them both. But it was a man and a woman, and they had the highways agency officers were standing with them on the hard shoulder when Sabrina ran and got smacked in the head by the car. And yeah, it's very, very crazy. But I think this was only released a year or two after the events, because obviously the court case was going through. And I'm pretty sure for the murder of that guy, didn't she only ended up, I think she was only given something like 3 or 4 years, and then ended up only serving something like a year of it. It was crazy. And then she went back to Sweden and more or less vanished. So yeah, I'll have a look, Mrs. Mercury, at those twins you're on about. Have a little look and see. Yeah, they deported a Sheila, right? Thank you. But the fact, wouldn't you have thought that this would have, you know, gained some speed back in Sweden. I mean, I know the Swedes are quite laid back, and you know they're not as news hungry as other European countries, but for what they'd done, it was so bizarre. I'm just surprised it didn't gain the traction I thought it would have done. I think one of the sisters has died now, if I remember right. One of the Swedish sisters, Sheila, or one of those mute sisters. Um, there were some other twins that spoke at the same time. Loads of strange things. They fancied the neighbour, and he had to take them to court so they'd leave him alone. Oh, aren't you all glad that my twin died? Because I would have been one of those batshit crazy identical twins. Like I was saying yesterday when, because I wasn't sure if I'd ever mentioned that to Porky, you know, and I said, did I tell you that one that I should have been a twin? And he put in the chat, yeah, you ate you ate the other one. You know, you hear about these horrible tales about twins in the womb and one devours the other. I think he thinks that was me. I think if he thought there were two of me, he'd probably like slit his own wrists or something. But yeah, I'm going to stick with my thing. I'm pretty sure those Ericsson twins, they were some form of a genetically enhanced super soldiers. That's what I'm going for tonight, just because I can. But so yeah, so what do you want to do, guys? Do you want to go back to Bill, or are there any other things while we've been talking about MK Ultra and conspiracy theories and what have you? And anything else that anybody wants to throw in the chat for us to have a chat about before we go back onto scary Mary stuff? Because you know I'm quite happy. Give me 1 second. I need to get myself a drink. So if you excuse me for a moment, I shall be right back. I don't know if anybody. Let me just. I'll drop the link just in case anybody wants to come up because. And house sit because you're very welcome to. I'll just wait for a second before, in case anybody wants to come up, and then I can go and make myself a brew. But if not, I could even take you with me. I mean, I don't know how you've been and listened to those recordings again, Lisa. Tonight, have you tried that link that I've put on the screen? If you haven't, put that on and go to 12 minutes and 30 seconds and listen to it from there, because the very first recording at 12 minutes 30 is that old Bill one singing row 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 your boat, and it, oh my goodness, it's really creepy, really. I would have, oh no, isn't it awful, Lisa? Now last night, so unless somebody comes in with something else, sorry, I'm going to talk about Bill now, but happy to be diverted again. Now, last night, which Lisa, you would have gone and left, and Sheila wasn't around, although she's been back and listened to it. Frida wasn't there, and Green Eyes had also gone as well. Now, Voodoo was going to bed. Bedtime jumped off, and he was going. He said good night. And at the time, Pork Chop was going through the recordings and he was trying to separate out with some weird and wonderful thing that he's got on his own computer at home. He was separating out the different voices and he was saying there is more than one voice coming out of that Janet. And then all of a sudden in chat, he types OMG, right? At which point I was like, what? Bedtime, who's just typing in chat, good night, everybody. He's like, fuck, I'm staying for this. So he stayed, and Porkchop had identified that one of these voices, he said, it's coming out of Margaret. And it's because Janet is mentioning Margaret's, I think he said Margaret's mouth or Margaret's face or something. And Bedtime is agreeing with this because he said, that's what I said earlier, because he was reckoning that both of these girls had some involvement with, they were both involved. Now, I've listened back to that link there that I've put up, and I went through it, and there is a part on it where Janet is screaming for Mr. Gross, which is what Porky had picked up on and Bedtime had picked up on. However, and I don't know if this was on the recording that they'd both been listening to, but at one point you can hear, as Janet is screaming, Mr. Gross, Mr. Gross, that voice is talking at the same time, the Bill voice. You can hear it. You can hear Janet screaming, but you can hear this Bill's voice talking at the same time. And it's obviously coming from Margaret. And not only that, but the voice of Bill that's coming out of Margaret is identical to the voice of Bill that comes out of Janet. Now, there is no way that, unless you are the greatest mimic on the planet, that you are going to be able to do an identical voice to your sister or your brother or your mother, is there? I don't know what you guys think on that. My thoughts are, you are not going to, and especially not trying to do that strange, croaky, old man voice. You're never going to get it to sound identical. Because also, when they're asked about Margaret, I think they said, is Margaret there? The voice answers and goes, I'm asleep. So it's as though, or does it say I'm asleep or I'm here? And it's the Bill voice. Now, somebody could say, oh yeah, she'd forgotten she was trying to do the voice. The voice is identical to the Bill voice that comes out of Janet. And that's just added, because I was wavering, I must admit, at one point in the past, when I've listened to these, I was wavering, thinking, could they have been making this up? But then hearing that, which I hadn't heard before, I'm now even more convinced that it wasn't a hoax. Those sisters seemed haunted. Do you mean haunted as in, well, yeah, haunted by what had happened to them rather than haunted, Lisa? So me going into that and listening to it, and because there's also another, I forget who posted the link yesterday about the BBC, the radio documentary, and I listened to that, and there's a bit on it where the female reporter, but what they'd been through, yes, Lisa, they absolutely had. You can see it in that. I think Janet more so. You can see her face, and anyway, this reporter, this female reporter on the radio or the radio presenter, whatever she is, and she is talking to the spirit of Bill, and he's saying stuff, and then he suddenly just goes, assholes. And virtually at the same time, Janet then says, so if this voice is coming out of herself, virtually at the same time, she says, oh no, here we go, he's always swearing. And it's the weirdest thing. And I'm really sorry, but I do not think that you can snap out of one voice to the other that quickly without having to do that, clear your voice, or make a bit of a bit of a mistake. What's Frida said? Anyone want to hear my pathetic ghost story? It won't be pathetic, Frida. Do you want to come up or do you want to post it in the chat? It's absolutely fine either way. But yeah, I'd love to hear your ghost story. And none of them are pathetic. I mean, when Simples, that one gave me the shudders with Simples saying that she thought her brother had come up, coming up the stairs and then sat down on the bed, that we were talking about last night. And, the fact that she stayed stock still. I know she thought there was an intruder in the house, but the fact that she stayed stock still, I'd have been up and out and I'd have probably jumped through the window, in all honesty. There you go, Frida. Loads of, yeah, we all would love to hear your story. We'd love it. And then I've got one that I did forget to tell you all. If nobody else has anything to, if nobody else has got any that they want to share. It didn't sound pathetic, Lisa. Not at all. Not at all. I'll drop the link just in case, but I know that not everybody likes going on a panel, so you can always just talk about it in the chat, but I'll stick it there, no press. Oh, who's coming up? Who's the lovely Frida.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi everybody. I thought I'd just tell you my pathetic ghost story, which is not very scary. It's not like the Enfield poltergeist or anything like that, but it was I was about 8 or 9 years old,
Right.
and 8 or 9, and we lived in this basement flat. And I remember I kept hearing this breathing noises in and out, like breathing. And I remember going into my mum's bedroom and I said to her, Mummy, I can hear like breathing. And she says to me, no, it's not breathing. And she said to me, you know what it is? It's when you open the door and it's going over the carpet, it's making breathing noises. So I says, okay. And I never thought any more about it. I never heard it again or anything. But years later, we were talking about something. I can't remember. It must have been something paranormal or whatever. And she said to me, do you remember when you were little and you came into my bedroom and you heard breathing noises and I told you it was the door? I said, yeah, I remember that. She said, it wasn't. She said, I heard them too. She said, but I just let on to you that it was the door opening over the carpet because I didn't want to scare you. She said, I heard them too. So there you go. That's my pathetic ghost story.
That's not pathetic. And did she ever have a clue of what it was, Frida?
She didn't know, honestly. But she only told me that maybe when I never thought about it again. I never heard it again. There was no moving furniture or, noises but, there was nothing. But I definitely heard breathing. But because I was so young, I was only about 8 or 9, she said to me, well, that's just, she goes, that was the door. She goes, open the door and close it. And I did. And it was going over the carpet. And she said, that's the noise you heard. I said, okay. Because I was so young, I just sort of took it all on board. But it's just when I was in my 20s and we were talking about something and she said to me, no, I heard the breathing too. But that was it. There was nothing else. There was no, voices or anything like that. That was it. It's weird. I don't know.
Well, I mean, that was a little similar to, I know you missed it obviously yesterday and you were trying to catch up, but
yes.
Do you remember the bit over the Southend werewolf?
Yes.
Said he woke up one night from this dream thinking he could hear an animal breathing in the room, and it turned out he realised it was himself, didn't he?
Oh, that's freaky.
Yeah. Let's just put, that's what mums do, tell little white lies to soothe you.
I know. She didn't want me to be like, if she ever said, yeah, I heard the breathing, that would have been me terrified. But she did tell me years. And I remember when she told me, all the hairs rose up in the back of my neck. I was like, oh, Oof. But
Oh,
no, she was just being a good mummy.
well, that sorry, we've just got Wolis has just come up to join us as
Oh,
well.
hi, Lisa. Hi.
Um, well, going on from what you said, it's I love it. It's very quick, this one, but when I obviously had to, when I got off the live last night, I had to ring pork chop because I was sitting here I'm literally shitting myself. And so he talked me through, and then we changed the subject slightly, only slightly, because we're thinking about doing these paranormal, going out and ghost hunting. And I said, we'll have to go to Mary King's Close in Edinburgh. And he just let me rattle on as he does. And I said I had a bit of a weird experience there. And a very long story short, I went with my friend Diane, and we're having one of the guided tours. I don't know if you've ever been. Either of
No,
you seen Mary King's Close?
no. I've been
It's
to Edinburgh, but not there. No,
have you heard of it at all, or
no,
right?
never.
It's very briefly. It is when they were hit with the plague, and they, rather than dealing with it and risking it spreading throughout the city, they basically sealed off that part of the city. They walled it off, they sealed it off, and they left everybody in there to just die. And they left it sealed, they never reopened it. So obviously, as hundreds of years passed, that part of the city ended up under the ground, basically. So you can now visit it, and it's as though, if you just imagine, if you took the 20 or 30 feet of floor, of the ground off above it, it would be open. So you've got little cobble streets under the ground going into houses and pubs. There's
Oh my
butchers and
goodness.
stables. Yeah, but it looks as though it's underground, even though originally it wasn't. It was on the surface. So you can have ghost tours around it, and there's apparently a spirit in there that doesn't like women very much. I didn't know this at the time, but this long story short, we're in this cavernous room, and we're at the back. The tour guide is giving us a talk about the spirits and what went on here, and what this room was used for, this, that, and the other. The people who were on the same tour as us were standing in front of her. Now, I don't like people, strangers all crushing up next to me in the dark. So I was standing apart from the group at the back and away from them. My friend Diane, who had been standing on my right-hand side, I'm facing, so you can imagine, I'm facing the tour guide. The rest of the tour group have got the backs to me, and they're in front of me. I'm at the back by a couple of feet away from them all. My friend Diane was on the right-hand side. She then walked around behind me and went to the left towards, so that she could go nearer to the group. And I'm fixed looking ahead. And the next minute, right down my ear, I didn't feel breath. I didn't feel any heat. My hair didn't blow. Right down my ear, somebody went, "Jackie." And I shit my pants. And
That would have freaked me out.
I looked to the side, Diane's not there. I looked over there, I went flying over to her. We're giving a flap. And just as I did that, the tour guide started to tell us about this woman-hating spirit that occupies that particular part of
Must
the
have
place.
hated you then, Kiss.
Absolutely.
What did he
Absolutely
say,
did.
Kiss?
Pardon?
What did he say? What did you hear in your ear?
My name. It just went right down in. It went, "Jackie." Like that. Yeah.
Oh.
So pork chop was he was saying it mightn't have been you. We went, Jackie's quite a common Scottish name, isn't it? And actually, after we got off the phone, I thought, no, it's not. It's more Irish than Scottish calling somebody that, isn't it?
But a bit coincidental that they said your name.
I know.
Your ear.
What about you, Lisa? Have you had any sort of freaky experiences or?
Well, when you was talking about the breathing, Frida,
Yeah.
you know my pathetic ghost story. I just wanted to tell you, my mum moved up to Birmingham years ago, and she was living in this house. And they used to hear breathing in the corner in the front room behind the TV.
Oh.
And like the whole family heard it, everybody heard it. I wasn't living with them, but they used to tell me about that. They told me about it. because the house was so old. When it was so old, it had a little pantry in it.
Oh.
And you know, and it had like a sort of, the only thing that like, there wasn't a house directly on the other side of it. There was like a sort of alleyway along there, so they'd go outside on the alleyway and see if there was something that was creating this breathing sound,
like an animal or something, or
God knows what they were looking for to create this
yeah.
breathing sound, or someone playing a prank, anything. But they
Oh.
just could never find anything. But they always talked about that breathing sound.
I wonder what's that all about, the breathing, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
I just accepted what my mum said to me because I was only little, but I never heard it again after that. But she told me that she definitely heard it, and she was just sort of,
Ah,
you know, that must have freaked her out as well. Brave
no.
woman.
Imagine that though, if you know, like thinking about your mum, and that must have scared her, but you
Yeah,
have to stay, no matter how scared you are, remaining calm and acting unscared, just
she
so your
did.
child doesn't. That took some balls, didn't it?
Yeah,
No.
and she only told me like years and years and years later. She only told me, she said she heard it too. So it just shows you, like, she was just looking after me. But
Yeah.
it never bothered me. I did not be able to. I believed her what she told me about the door. You know, going over the carpet. I believed her. You know, so I
Yeah.
suppose.
Mm. Sorry,
Mm.
I was going to say, I think that, and that's probably why it's not freaked you out, because you didn't have that
No,
frightened experience at the time, did you?
I didn't. No, not at all.
You
No.
know.
And
See,
then years ago, I used to go to the spiritualist and things like that. And then I stopped all that because it was freaking me out, you know. And I had tarot cards. I used to read them, and I just threw them all in the bin because it was just scaring me. And I think, you know, I do think there's like a dark place. I don't believe in ghosts. I believe in demons. And I
Yeah.
think if you open the door, it's like opening the curtain a little bit to look or check
Mm.
or see
Yeah.
what's what.
Well,
It
I
scares
think,
me, and I like to close the door shut, and I don't want to venture there, you know,
uh,
because to me, I think you can attract things to you. You know,
yeah,
that's just my opinion. I like
yeah,
everybody's got a different opinion. That's my opinion,
I
and
believe that.
that's. Do you, Lisa?
Yeah, because my mum always talked about living in haunted places,
Yes,
always. And
yes,
even in the house that she lived in, like before I mean, she moved around a lot as well. So, I mean, this couldn't have been a coincidence that every house she moved into had
yeah.
something creepy in it.
Did your mum have an interest in that, though? You know, that's
Not really, no, not
no.
really. But it had
Mm,
been something. They lived in a haunted house apparently when she was a child. Like they
yeah.
had an attic, and like they'd hear things moving about in the attic upstairs, and like, a
Mm,
rocking chair would rock on its own, and like the whole and there was like 9 or 10 of my mum's brothers and sisters,
a big
you know, like,
family.
family. So everyone saw and heard this. But for some reason, I think something about my mother, maybe because she was very fragile mentally, I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Something follow, something
Attracted,
was follow,
attracted
it
things
was
to her.
attracted to her, yeah.
Yeah.
Something sinister was definitely attracted to her because,
Mm,
you know, another house she lived in, it was, I mean, I think I mentioned it in chat one night, but there was like there was one house where she lived where there was like something in that house, and it was like it would get to know you, because I never
yes.
noticed it when I first started going around, and I didn't feel it. I didn't sense nothing. I didn't know what the heck they were talking about. Then one day I was up in my mum's bedroom. I was staying there for a week, and I was up in my mum's bedroom, and it was like I could hear like my brother standing on the balcony underneath the bedroom, shouting up at me, Lisa, Lisa. And I'm shouting out, what? You know, this is my little brother. And there's like no one's answering me. So I've gone down the stairs. I'm going, What do you want, Damien? What do you want? And he's looked at me like, what are you talking about?
Mm.
And then my mum told me, she said, we all know we know you can hear it. No, none of us can hear it. It's talking to you.
Oh my goodness.
And it would do it to everyone in the bloody house. It would mimic our voices.
Oh my God. That would freak me out completely. No, that's not a pathetic ghost story.
It would do things like I remember I had an argument with my brother one night, my brother Michael, and about 6 o'clock in the morning, about the time I thought he would have been getting ready for work and whatever, I'm not sure. I was sleeping in my mum's bedroom. And I'd like sort of like a camper bed on the floor in there, and I heard this bang, bang, bang on the door, and I started going, what the fuck is that noise? It's going to wake the whole house up. Is that Michael kicking that fucking door? And my mum was went to me, shush, Lisa, you'll wake the house up. Well, me wake the fucking house up? Did you hear that kicking on the fucking door? And she said, no, Lisa, no one heard that kicking on the door. That kicking on the door was meant for you. Oh, that was creepy as hell. Oh my God.
Do you think that it was your mum attracted like entities, or you know?
I don't know if it was entities or an entity, but something definitely followed her. Like she had mental health issues anyway.
So would you say that people that are like well, obviously maybe it's people that are vulnerable, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think something sensed maybe when she was a child in that house. Maybe I think it was the house she was actually born in. You know,
yeah.
I think
maybe they latched onto her, sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
This is why I like to keep the door closed. I like to keep it closed. I don't want to open the curtain and look behind.
Yeah,
I
get
honestly,
that.
I don't. I think if you start with Ouija boards and all that, I think you're inviting things in, you know, and that scares me. It does. Yeah. Honestly, it really does.
I think if you look at going back to say the Enfield case, obviously those girls were the family as a whole, they were in a very vulnerable
position. Tell me this if this is wrong. Weren't they monkeying about with Ouija boards as well? No, or am I wrong? I think I read that, but I could be wrong. I'm not. You know,
I think there was a situation where the father had left them, and the mother was struggling on her own, and it was just, that's what I heard. But that's. I mean, I only saw one documentary on it, and I haven't researched it.
No.
But I didn't ever hear anything about Ouija boards.
No, I don't like Ouija boards. I think you're inviting things in. And also, sorry, I don't want to get all sort of spiritual and
no, it's fine. It's fine.
There's many instances in the Bible of demons being expelled from people. There was one that Jesus expelled demons. Then the demon said, "I am legion."
Oh, it was a sign, wasn't it? The pigs.
What's a legion? That's a lot, isn't it?
That's like
a legion.
You know, that's like we are forever. Like we will go on for. You can't stop us.
Well, Jesus did. I'm sorry. I don't want to get all like, because I know some people don't believe the Bible, but I do. But Jesus expelled a legion of demons. A legion. What's that? Is that 100? What's 100? And what's a legion? Is it 100?
I think it's 50 or so. I think. Oh God,
do you know what? I honestly don't know. Might know. But he did expel a legion, and the actual person said, "I am legion," you know, and then he expelled it into a load of pigs.
They ran off a cliff, didn't they, or something?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You know, it depends whether you believe the Bible or not, but I do. You know, so even in those times, all those years ago, like 2,000 years ago, whatever it was, or 2,500 years ago, there was mentions of demons in the Bible all the time.
Yeah,
all the time.
well, I mean, they're mentioned in you know, just not just in the Christian. Oh, there you go, Lady Witch. A legion is 3,000.
Thank you, Lady Witch. I knew
Oh,
somebody.
okay.
Wow, that's some amount of demons, isn't it, in one person? If you believe the Bible, I know a lot of people think it's a lot of fairy tales, but I just find it interesting that they do have, you know, there's recordings of it, you know. But anyway, what were you saying, Kiss?
Oh no, I was just about to read the checks. Lady Witch put a legion is 3,000. Pork Chops put a Roman legion was 6,000 men. So I suppose it could be somewhere between either. I mean, all I thought was legion is a lot.
Yeah. But I know it's a specific number. You know what I mean? I don't think it's, you know. So it was a lot of demons, wasn't it?
I know, and the thing is, if you look at all religions or belief systems, there are always
Yes.
stories about, you know, whichever, be it Hindu or Muslim or Christian or
Yes.
Jewish or what have you. There are
Absolutely.
always stories about possessions and demons and
Yeah.
castings out of
Yeah.
it's and
Lisa's
I mean,
laughing.
but I honestly think that oh, what was that?
Still
That was
know what that bitch one is.
what, sorry? What was that?
No, sorry, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Go on, carry on, Lisa. What were you saying?
When, like, I said something about night hags, and I said I still want to know what that bitch wanted.
Have you not done any research on it then yet?
No.
You really need to. We need to do a thing on the night hag.
Have you only seen her once, Lisa?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's it then. That's good. That's enough. You don't want to see her again.
Not really, but I'd like to find out who she is and what she wanted. And you know, when I read a little bit, I started to read a little bit, and then I started to hear about her being Lilith, who was like the first woman.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And I'm thinking, and that's what's kind of got my mind worrying. Well, why me? Like, why does she visit these people? What is it she wants? Is it a good
Lisa,
thing?
she hasn't come back, so that look upon that as a good thing.
Oh yeah, look upon it as a good thing. Like you know, like if I ever feel like there's something not right around me, I'm like, you know, you're not welcome here. You are not welcome here.
Yeah.
If I feel like there's something not good
That's
around.
why I close the door. I close the door. I close the curtain. I don't want to know. Stay away from me. You know, I just don't want anybody coming near me or contacting me or poking me at night and stuff like that. You know, which I had people poking me at night and things. I don't like that.
Oh God! Oh,
I'm kind of with you, with what you mentioned about the bill thing of what you thought it was. You know, you didn't think it was a ghost; you thought it was a demon.
No, I think it was because for a human being to have that strength and to do that sort of things, it's not normal, you know. And I think it was a demon took over his body. Honestly, that's only my opinion. I don't know. I'm not educated in these things, you know.
Well, I'm not. I mean, and it's all, you know, it's all going to be supposition, isn't it? There's only the family.
As what you were saying earlier, Kiss, that somebody said about psychotic. I think you're right. Psychotic would be there all the time, but it wasn't with him.
No, and
it wasn't.
I think the other thing was as well that one of the things that I watched this afternoon was talking about was he a psychiatrist, I think, and he was evaluating, you know, the girls and saying that they were in the whole family were in quite a distressed state because, as Lisa rightly said, the mum had left. The dad had left. He'd left the whole family for a new woman. he didn't just leave the mum, he basically abandoned his kids. It was like seeing the fog. I've now got a new life that I'm going to enjoy. So the kids were feeling vulnerable. The mother was obviously feeling very bitter and hurt, as understandably so, and probably distraught. They weren't well off, so they were struggling for money. The kids are starved of affection because this mum is now trying to divide herself between 4 kids and running a home and bringing in enough money, and the dad doesn't want to know. And like you were saying about people, maybe if you are suffering from mental health issues and you leave yourself more open to a form of possession, it's like demons, if that's what they are, preying on the most vulnerable. So whether that is someone with a mental illness, whether it's someone with an alcohol or drug problem, whether it's people like this who are in a very vulnerable and emotional state, and that just opens a doorway.
Exactly. I think you're right. I think that people that are vulnerable, and it's even like that in, like, real life, sort of, like all these like Charles Manson and all these sort of what do you call them, cults?
Yes.
They always picked on people that were vulnerable. You notice that most of the people that they sort of pulled into their cult were always vulnerable people, honestly. People that were lost or didn't, and they made them feel like they belonged there. So I do think that vulnerable people in real life are pulled into things, and also people that are vulnerable in, are pulled into like these demonic things as well. That's just my opinion. That's all.
I think you're right. I mean, I was half smiling then, not for that reason, but when you're talking about cults and people being pulled in, and my dad, one of my brothers, we're the majority of us are fair, but one of my brothers has got, one of my nieces as well is red hair, and so we always have a joke about this, the ginger gene, and my dad, because he used to take the mickey out of my brother, something terrible, because they're in the army. And he'd say, you're going to end up as a jihadi, you are. Because he said, you always get the ginger ones because nobody wants you. And it became a bit of a funny joke. So that's why I was just about to laugh again. Because, do you remember it was a big thing, wasn't it? A lot of these crazy jihadis with ISIS were turning out to be like the ginger people. We were like, what? And I love red hair. That's no offense to anybody with red hair.
I know.
Beautiful colours. I love it.
They are. Red hair's beautiful. There's a friend of my daughter's, and she's got the most beautiful red hair, and it's long and naturally curly. She looks gorgeous, honestly. I don't have anything against people with red hair,
I find it very attractive. Now, whether that's in my genes. Oh, hi, Raven, honey. How are you? Sorry, Raven's just popped in. Yeah, I really like red hair. Really like it. My niece, I mean, I don't want to dox the poor little thing, but one of my nieces has got the most beautiful. She was quite ginger as she was a little girl. As she's got older, it's gone more of a foxy, that fox red.
Yes.
So it's like a deeper,
like a darker red. Yeah,
and she's stunning. I mean, she turns heads, when she's walking around the street, possibly because of the hair, but again, she's very, very attractive. And I love that colour. And it's the same with people, I see men with red hair, and I do find it an attractive colour, but that's just me, apart from the jihadis.
What about the Vikings? Did they have red hair? I don't know. Were they like red haired? Or I think a lot of Irish people have red hair,
Yeah.
I think it's the Celtic thing, isn't it? I think the Celts were a red-haired race, because if you think about it, don't start me off.
I had reddish blonde hair when I was younger. I mean, it was sort of blonde, but it had like a sort of reddish colour in it too. And I've got like grey eyes, but my eyes, this is so weird, my eyes change colour. Like they've got like flecks green and blue in them.
Wow.
So depending on what I'm wearing, like sometimes they look green, sometimes they look blue, and sometimes they look grey.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice, Lisa. My eyes are very, 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 very dark brown. They almost look black.
Oh, lovely.
Sometimes. No.
I like mine. But yeah, grey. I used to hate having grey eyes when I was younger.
No, that's
But now
unusual. That's lovely.
now I'm kind of thinking grey eyes is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Lady
No.
Witch, I have to thank Revlon for my red hair when I have it. I do. I mean, my eyes are actually on my passport, they are down as green, and they've changed colour. Like Green as is saying, her eyes change colour with my mood. Mine look more blue now, but they technically were green. So I don't know. I think it depends what colour I'm wearing. If I wear something blue, my eyes look green. If I wear something green or black, my eyes look more blue. Weird.
Well, they always say the eyes are the windows to your soul. I don't know whether that's, but you can tell by people's eyes sometimes, you know. They can look sort of, I think you can tell whether somebody's sincere by their eyes. Eyes show a lot of expressions, even if your face doesn't, you know.
Oh well, my face, I give everything away because I'm literally a blank page. I cannot hide if I'm pissed off. I can't hide if I'm happy. I cannot hide if I'm sad. I just can't do it. Yeah,
I know.
the worst here on the planet.
What about you, Lisa? Do your eyes give you away, or your face, or can you keep a straight face, or?
I can. It depends if I have to or not. Depending on the situation.
I know it's hard, isn't it?
If it's just like a sort of cheeky little situation, I might sort of go, "Oh no, that wasn't me. I wouldn't do that." Or like if it's like something serious, I'll line my backside off and keep that poker face.
Well, get away with it then, Lisa.
I've actually seen some people's eyes. You see is it the iris or when I'm talking to them, they get bigger.
Oh, the pupil.
Yeah, the pupil, that's it. Sorry, I'm ignorant with these things. But I've seen when I'm speaking to somebody, their pupil gets bigger. And they say that happens not only when you walk into a dark room, obviously, your gets bigger to let more light in. Yeah. I've heard it said that when somebody's pupil gets bigger, it's when they're emotional. I don't know.
No, I don't know either.
That's what I've heard anyway. Like their eyes, the pupil gets bigger.
Get bigger when they get excited.
Yeah. Well, excited or emotional. It's an emotional thing. Your pupils get bigger. I don't know. But I've seen that. I've seen me talking to a man and his pupils get bigger. As long as it's the only thing that gets bigger.
I'm going to say maybe that's a sign. If you fancy you or something, I don't know.
Well, I think so because I've talked to and I've seen their pupils get bigger. Sorry, Lisa, what were you saying?
That's what I'm saying about the pupils getting bigger when they get excited.
Oh, there you go.
But it can be emotional too. You could maybe look at a little baby, and your pupils get bigger because of your emotions. I don't know. That's worth looking into,
I'm going to have to start paying more attention to people's eyes now.
People's pupils.
Because I know there's different ways of telling if people are telling the truth or lying about the way that they flick their eyes, whether it's up to the right or up to the left or down to the right or down to the left. Indicates deception, but I remember
and the other side's creating, and I can't remember which it is.
I can't.
They say one side creates and one side remembers. If you look one way, I think it's if you look left, you're creating, and right, you're remembering. I think that's it.
Those body language experts use all that sort of stuff, don't they?
Yeah, but I suppose as well that may also depend on. I wonder if that would depend, because I reckon sometimes you are either, with your brain, you're either left-sided or right-sided, the same as you can be left or right-handed. It doesn't go with whichever hand you write with, but some people use one side of the brain more than the other. And I think one kind of creativity or intelligence, I can't remember which it is.
I think left-handed people are more imaginative.
All right, okay.
I believe. My brother's left-handed, dyslexic and colourblind. But I tell you what, he's had no formal training. He's never been to art school. But my brother can draw beautifully. And the detail in his drawings is just amazing. And he's left-handed, you know, and like very imaginative, although I can be imaginative too, and I'm right-handed. So, but not so, but I'm a bit slower with the imagination than what I've noticed left-handed people are.
Yeah.
Didn't they used to torture people that were left-handed and tie their hand back and all? I think I'm nearly sure I read something about that.
Listen, that guy I just split up with was left-handed, so I wish we could torture people with left-handed.
Well, my
sister has to torture.
We were taught by, obviously, we went to a Catholic. Oh, sorry, went to a Catholic school, taught by nuns, and my sister was left-handed, and they wouldn't let, being a little girl, and you're talking, you know, in infant school, and she was not allowed to write with her left hand because they saw as the left side as being of the devil. You know, God bless the Irish nuns. And they would, I mean, and it messed her up.
That's a load of crap, honestly.
It is. But yeah, but they always, you know, and that's historical, that they didn't want people to write with their left hands. They tried and tried and tried.
Did they tie their other hand behind it? I nearly read, I read stories about all like things about where they used to tie their hand behind.
Yeah, they used to make her sit on it. Actually, Pork Chops just put in, my mother had a left hand tied to her side, so she had to do everything right-handed.
That's disgusting, honestly, really. It really is.
Yeah, but no, sorry, Mrs. Mercury, no, we haven't, honey. We've just been having a chat about ghost things. Mrs. Oh, and there he goes. Mrs.
Pathetic ghost stories, Mrs. Mercury.
Yeah, no, she's just asking if we'd carried on doing the bill thing. So no, we hadn't got any further with that one yet. We were just shooting the shit.
Well, if you want to carry on with that, that's okay. I'll come off if you want to carry on.
I'm going to jump down anyway.
I mean, you're both welcome to stay up. It's not a case of getting.
Well, I popped to my cherry tonight.
Yeah. Is that the first time
ever? Never been on a YouTube live ever, on panel or just in a chat. I mostly go into Bam's chat. I don't bother with anybody else, really. You know.
Yeah, me too. Well, I would not have thought. I would not have thought for a second, then, Frida, that you've never been on a panel before.
No,
you did.
never. I've never been on Bam's panel. I'll go into her chats. I like her chats.
Yeah,
I like Bam because she's. A lot of people don't like her, you know. But what I like about her is she's honest. You know, she's just herself.
Yeah,
doesn't try to pretend to be somebody she's not. You know, you get all these other creators, and as I said to you earlier in the chat, ones that have more subscribers than you, and the videos they put up, they have less. And I've noticed when they have gossipy things up, and I'll look at all this stuff, when they have gossipy things up or like stuff about Chris Watts, they get more views.
Oh, gosh, yes.
You know? Yeah.
Or when they have drama, and especially when they talk about Bam too. All their views.
I know. Exactly.
Viewing numbers to go up.
Yes. When they talk about Bam, their views go through the roof. So what does that tell you? You know what I mean?
That just says they've got absolutely zero content.
Exactly. Exactly. Honestly, I can't. I don't want to talk about the person who it is, but I've noticed their views.
Do it. Go on.
No. All right. I'll just say one, and anybody that knows what I'm talking about will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we all know.
Aunt Sally.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. When she was talking about Bam, her views went through the roof, and then she was saying, she was going on, and then she got, because she got over 1,000 subscribers. You know, you can get monetized when you're over 1,000 subscribers. Her views. Sorry, frog in the throat. these bloody vapes. But anyway, her views, when she spoke about, that's the most views she ever had when she was dissing Bam.
Yeah.
But when she does all her other stuff, and like, I don't mean any harm to her or any offense to her, her views are about 89 views, 70 odd views, you know, her own creation, and that's fine. But I've noticed when she talked about Bam that time, her views went through the
Her
roof.
live went through the roof, yeah.
Exactly, exactly.
She'll get more on replay as well sometimes.
Exactly.
But on the lives, that they go right down. But when the few times she talks about Bam, they shot through the roof.
Yeah. And also when she got monetized, she was talking about people the Rusex case and Chris Watts and all. I'm sorry, I don't want to mention all these things. I really don't. But she actually is now talking about the Watts case, although she's debunking things and all that. I don't watch her channel. I just keep an eye on it. She criticized people for making money for monetizing, and I don't blame any channel for getting monetized. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for channels being monetized, but I think it's very hypocritical.
Some integrity.
Sorry.
Well, get your money, but have a bit of integrity about it.
Exactly, and
practice what you preach.
Exactly. Lisa,
do you know what?
Hypocrisy comes to mind, and I don't hate this person or have any harm against her. I went into her channel once and criticised her.
I quite like her, actually.
No, she's not. She's not an evil person, but I just don't like this. It's a bit of
like some of her ways.
Yeah,
and now she thinks she's the police of YouTube.
I know. I know.
I'm actually going to. I'm going to say
now.
About that.
Anyway, I'm not going to say any more because I don't want to get in the whole drama thing. Okay, listen, Lisa, it was nice talking to you and hearing your voice. Okay, and I'm going to log off now, but I'll be in chat. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm going to shut down too, because I only came up because Frida was talking about the breathing thing, and I just wanted to tell her about my story too. That it's not
about the breathing and nothing else. There was nothing else. The breathing, that was it.
Well, that's freaky enough. If I was sitting here and could hear something breathing, you best know I'd be knocking. I live in a block of flats. I'd be knocking on every neighbour's door. Listen to this.
Okay. I'm going to log off now. I'll see you in chat. Okay. Bye. Bye, Lisa. Bye, Kiss.
See you in chat.
Bye, chat.
Oh, I'm so pleased. Two of the lovelies came up.
Hey. All right, I'm gonna jump down now too, Kiss. I'll give you the floor for old Bill.
Thank you, sweetie.
That's what we say in London as well. Old Bill's coming, old Bill. Old Bill.
How did your old Bill's coming?
Old Bill's coming. I've got to leave.
Thanks, sweetie.
See you on the other side. I'll be in chat. Love you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, that's cheered me up no end. I was just about. I'm going to do it and get it out of the way, given what the what was just brought up, and I have to say it. I'm not going to start into drama. I'm not going to start into any form of a dragging. However, talking about the hypocritical, I will say it and then I'm going to leave it. But when you were talking about that particular creator and, you know, about doing things for views, she'd uploaded something a few days ago. I heard, hi Lisa, back in chat. Hello, lovely. It's just to bear me out on this. And Lady Witch has probably seen this bit, but she'd done something, uploaded about one of Shitlord's moderators who is going through some health issues. So that creator we were just talking about had done a video about this, saying, you know, that this Paul, you know, and I'm not dissing this mod of his at all, but she is saying that, you know, despite what you think, you know, of somebody, that when they've got serious health issues, that you should be showing them some compassion and you should leave them alone. And, you know, and it was all this compassion. And I sat there and I thought, are you effing kidding me? Because this whole do as I say, not as I do, who have you been dragging? Who has had some terrible health issues going on, who has just suffered, as you're all fully aware, 4 bereavements of very close friends, who has had all manner of shit going on, but yet she is not included in this whole show people some compassion stuff. It pissed me off. That's all I'm going to say on it, but you know, you probably are aware of it, and yeah, so that's why I had to say, I just had to get that little bit out. So sorry guys, that's me drama, that is my my bitchiness, or my bit, yeah, if I'm being bitchy at all, which I don't think I am, I'm just saying it as I see it. So you cannot preach about being compassionate to one and totally disregarding your own advice and ripping into somebody else who's also having a shit time. Not judging, just saying. Because she has shown none. Yeah, yes, Lady Witch, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. You cannot preach to people about being compassionate for one person while you are ripping into somebody else who's also having a shitty time of it. And it really, really pissed me off. Anyway, back to Bill. Now then, and I'm going to highlight that one. There you go, Lady Witch. Sorry, I'm going to put you up on the screen because I think that one says it all. So, right. Let us get back to old silly Billy. So, what are people's thoughts so far on what we've discussed about him? Because as I said before, I am kind of going with Frida and her thoughts on this one, because hearing, having listened to these new recordings that I hadn't listened to before, I've watched several uploads today. I've listened to the radio interview, the radio program. I've also listened to, it was about a 20 or 30 minute long documentary about Maurice Grosse, like 20 years after the Enfield case. And looking at all of these and watching them and listening to them, and I am convinced now, and especially after what Bedtime said last night and what Porkchop was managing to drag out of the audios that he was listening to and dissecting, and I think the number of spirits and voices and presences, shall we say, that I think it's become quite apparent that are there, and the fact that also Margaret had made some reference to there being 12 individual spirits, shall we say, for want of a better word, I'll call it that. I'm not unconvinced that this wasn't along those lines of multiple demons, shall we say? Because I just genuinely don't think it's a ghost. I just don't. What's that? A man, do you two witch, you're a real one also, you make no apology. No, do you know what? That's what I really like about Lady Witch. She just says it and that's it. Sausage finger type. I call it dick fingers. I type with dick fingers or my elbows, depending how I'm feeling, Lisa. Yeah, you're right there, Lady Witch is exactly the same. Green eyes if she's got anything to say, Sheila as well. I mean, I've seen Sheila ripping new arseholes out of people, and Sharon. I think most people, you know, in the communities that we've come from, I shouldn't have said that word. The channels that we've come from, that we all met on or visit regularly. Everybody's the same. Nobody's frightened of saying what they think or what they feel. And it's the fact that everybody's stuck together. You know, there's a phrase that I use: if you kick one of us, you've kicked all of us. And that's not about dogpiling or what have you. It's just that everybody seems to have the same moral stance on a lot of things. You know, I don't think anybody is being hypocritical, because we don't say one rule for thee and one for me. It's like, this is how it is. Oh yeah, we can drag. Absolutely. Absolutely. But by the same token, you know, it's not done for the sake of dragging. If there's been dragging to be done, it's been done because there's been a very, very valid reason for doing it. So, but on the whole, it's not people sitting there being judgmental for the sake of it and totally forgetting. You know, it's like me saying, well, I don't agree with thieving, but then going and lifting a packet of tea bags and some sugar out of the local shop. You know, it's exactly the same thing. You cannot preach to people about things and tell them that they're wrong for doing it and that you should do this, while doing exactly the same thing that you are telling people not to do to somebody else that you don't like. It doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. Sorry, because you just pulled up for being a damn hypocrite. But yeah, lecture over from moi. So so yeah, back to the old bill thing. So I think, as whatever happened to that? We are Bash and Biatch. I don't know. Lisa probably crawled up her own arsehole and went to hide. I think maybe. But this is what happens, isn't it? You know, you can't stir the pot and jump, changing allegiances, shall we say, for want of a better word. You can't do that without people. You know, you either stick to your morals and you stick to what you believe, or you get known as flippy floppy, choppy changey, basically somebody that you can't trust. I wouldn't trust somebody who was constantly jumping from pillar to post. Just wouldn't do it. Just wouldn't do it. But, you know, we weren't all brought up the same. So I suppose really that I try not to judge people, because not everybody was brought up the way that I was, just as I wasn't brought up the same way that everybody else was. That's it, Lisa, isn't it? That's it. That's it exactly. You know, if I knew anything personal about anybody in here, even if you at some point, like say, right, we'll use you for example, Lisa. Say you had sent me a text message or rang me up and told me something really personal, and then next week we had a falling out. I wouldn't repeat anything that you'd said. Never, because you've told it me in confidence, and that's it. And it doesn't matter if you were dragging me on another channel. I would never go on and say, well, actually, Lisa, while we're on the subject, this is what's happened. Pork Chop, it's another channel with some, don't really want to mention any names. A woman in Yorkshire, I think that's where she is. Yeah, just likes to take the moral high ground whilst doing what she is telling people not to do. But that's, if I leave it there, because yeah, the one thing I don't want to do on this channel is start with the drama that people get off on and start naming names and what have you. So pork chop, you don't want to know, Frida. Yeah, it's nobody that any of us subscribe to. We'll just put it that way. I don't think anyway. I don't think anybody subscribes, or if they did, they probably don't anymore. Just somebody who's found that drama pays. Let's just put it that way. Simples Maker, I've no idea who it is. Me neither. That's spiteful and hatred. Yeah, it is. And you know, if there's one thing that I like to pride myself on, is that if anybody tells me something in confidence, that'll go with me to the grave, unless they say to me, I don't mind if you make it public. I just wouldn't do it. I would never do it. Doesn't matter how hurtful or hurt I was. I'm not known for being tactful or sugarcoating things. So if I think someone is a gal, then I'll literally call them a gal in public and to the face. Yeah. And anybody who doesn't know what a gal is, you can ask Pork Chop. Yeah. Well, that's it. If you've something to say, just say it. And that's how you go without having to go all around the houses and be a bit snide. But the only... There you go, Lisa. You should know this, Lisa. And Frida, being Irish women originally. I'd never heard this before. I thought it actually said owl. And I thought it was quite a good word to use. But I'll let him tell you, Lisa. Ask me next Tuesday and I'll see you then. There you go. Does that give you a... Does that give you a clue? Is it Pork Chop? Is it Limerick it was from? It's a Limerick word, isn't it? I think. Limerick or Cork, Limerick. But anyway, apparently nobody outside of that area would use that word. I suppose it's a bit similar to, you know, some of the Scottish insults. Good save from Lady Witch, yeah. An affectionate term from Stab City. What's Stab City? I don't know if that's a bit like Gosport down when I lived in Portsmouth. Gosport was always called Dog Shit City. And it was basically because of the amount of dog shit that was on all the streets. But yeah, you never say Gosport in Hampshire. You always call it Dog Shit City, and everybody knows where you're talking about. It's a pity that Hippie Chick isn't in, because she's from Southampton, so she'd be able to back me up on that. Oh, Limerick is Stab City, is it? It was Limerick that Angela's Ashes was set in, wasn't it? I loved that film. Absolutely loved it. Anyway, I'm going off at another tangent here. So I'll go back to Bill for a little bit longer. It's just crazy, isn't it? We just Oh, night, Kathy. You sleep well, honey. Thank you so much for coming in. We'll get you up on the panel at some point, love. Come up with the girls. I have to try and do it and get some of our, like Linda and Blue Rose up. Some of your fellow Wirral lasses. Yeah, Angela's Ashes was set in Limerick. Yeah, it was such a good film, that. Well, I mean, I've got the book upstairs and it's a long time since I've read it, but it just reminded me of because you don't realise the absolute abject poverty that so many people were living in Ireland around that time. And I watched oh gosh, what was called Black 67? I think it was called, a Black 47, a Black 67, and that was about the the potato famine going on in the 1800s in Ireland. And I've never seen anything as horrific. And I was thinking, my nan's family were all going through that, as a lot of you in here are of Irish origin. And, basically that's when so many people left Ireland to either come to the UK or go to America or Canada or New Zealand, Australia, what have you, wherever they could go to. So sad. Read the book and it ended up covered in tea, jam and tears. Yes, yeah. I did. I loved the film though. I really did. I loved the little boy who played him. Right at the start of the film, he had such a cute little face. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah. So as far as this bill thing goes, so I am under the firm impression, and hopefully more will come to light on Tuesday when we go through the investigation side. But my opinion now, having re-listened to those recordings, having watched the extra stuff that I've watched today and listened to, I now do not think that was, I don't think it was Bill Wilkins. I think it was something pretending to be Bill Wilkins. As Bedtime and Porkchop said yesterday, that that whoever was saying it was Bill Wilkins was the alpha spirit, for want of another term, that was leading a host of other spirits. It wasn't my opinion up to today. I did think that it was just a single voice and that was playing a few tricks, pretending that there was more than one. But having listened to that bit where Janet, if Porkchop's still here, that bit where Janet, on the link that I sent you before and the one that I had up on my screen earlier, did you hear that bit where Janet talked over as she's shouting for Mr. Gross, and at the same time you hear the alleged Bill voice, which is coming out of Margaret, and it's an identical voice. Now, the other thing that I wanted to discuss, which I don't know, and somebody may be able to tell me, I have been trying all afternoon to find out who owns these recordings, because I know we were talking last night saying that maybe we could do a freedom of information, we as in me or what have you, or anybody, could do a freedom of information request to the BBC, because like Porkchop had brought up in the chat that anything over 30 years you could request under FOI. Now, the more I thought about it, I thought, well, actually, the BBC, they will probably own some of them, which were the recordings that they used for the documentaries that they did, the same as BBC Radio. So anyone that's done a film or a documentary and have used these recordings, they have got the rights to those, and you can then request their copies in their in the entirety that they possess under FOI. However, the full 180 recordings, which we were discussing, I think Cassius had mentioned them. Bedtime Clown said he really wanted to get hold of them. Well, they actually are. I was trying to think that, they will not be owned by the BBC, will they? Because the BBC won't have had access to all of them. They won't have been interested. They will have received the ones that they thought would be most beneficial to their coverage of this particular story. Oh, sorry a minute, Porkchop. You just need to contact the BBC archives. They will direct you to the ownership. However, as these are over 30 years old now, you're entitled to a copy. But are we? Oh, having said that, you're only entitled to the copy they choose to give you, as you cannot prove there is more. Well, that's it. And where I was going with this was that So obviously these recordings were made by Maurice Grosse on his equipment. Well, I'm presuming it was his equipment. Let's, for the sake of argument, it was his equipment. He has shared those segments that were requested by the BBC, possibly for payment, I don't know. Now, Maurice Grosse is no longer with us, so anything that belonged to him now belongs to whoever benefited from his will. I'm going to presume it's his son. His son, isn't his son a solicitor or something? So either they will belong to him stroke his son or whoever he left all his worldly goods to, or because he was working as an investigator on behalf of the SPR, are those recordings automatically the property of the SPR? So I'm thinking of maybe contacting the SPR and seeing if they can advise me, because I'm guessing that if they belong to them, but again, if they're their property, are they under any obligation to release them? It'd be like me, somebody, I don't know, say the notes I've made on the different lives that I've done, and they are my notes. I'm not an official body. I'm not an organisation. I'm just an individual, as was Maurice Grosse. Would any of you in the chat be entitled to request, under freedom of information, the contents of my notebook? Because I don't think you would. So would the same principle apply to either Maurice Grosse's personal recordings and or the recordings that belong to the SPR? Because it's and then you've got to cover, because you've got the whole GDPR thing as well, haven't you? Now, I know that the names of the family is out there anyway, so it's not like, because they then became public figures the minute that their details ended up in the national press, they then became public figures. It will have been listed as an official investigation, though. Yeah, and I mean, things like the the signed police statements, things like that, we should be able to get hold of. But although we're saying Simples that it's listed as an official investigation, but if they are a private body, if they're not a public body, I suppose it depends what their status is as an organisation, doesn't it? Do you see where I'm going with it? Obviously, I'm trying to look at all different angles and wondering whether it is going to be beneficial, shall we say, to actually contact. Definitely the BBC. Sorry, what an idiot. I just picked my phone up. I must have hit mute by accident. So that's where I've been going. So I don't know if anybody else is as clued up on freedom of information and GDPR and all the rest of it, and what the rules are as relates to freedom of information. What was what, Simples? Do you mean that about the fact, was it me muting myself by accident? Yeah, I went to pick my phone up. My thumb must have hit the mute button, like on the mic, and turn my mic off. Yeah, so I've got all these different things that I want to get hold of. I'm just wondering about the right way to go about it. I mean, I could always try and have a word with one of our solicitors on Monday and just see if they can advise me as to who sorry, not my personal solicitors, I mean work, we've got a legal department, so maybe just seeing if they can advise me as to what type of an organisation can refuse to provide or is under no legal obligation to provide information under the Freedom of Information Act. But I really do want to, now that we've been going into it, I really do want to see if I can get hold of more of these recordings, because if you go and look online, if you go, especially through YouTube, and look under different search criteria, I'm finding more and more of these, you know, different clips that I hadn't heard before, like that row, row, row your boat. I hadn't heard that, whereas Bedtime has. Not even the government can refuse unless it's a matter of security, national security. Yeah, I know that, but what I'm saying is that what is the SPR? Because not every organisation is under any legal obligation. Not every under any legal obligation to provide information under the Freedom of Information Act. I just need to know the criteria of who is actually who fits into that pigeonhole of organisations. I wonder where the guy who wrote the book about the tapes got them from. Yeah, that's right, Simples, which kind of body they are. Because I think things like charities, I think like charities, I'm pretty sure that it's things like their donations that they have got to, you know, there's some organisations, there are only certain things that they are under an obligation to provide. So I think like charities, if I want to say, well, the Simples Meerkat charity, I want to know what your donations were from the public for this past year, that kind of thing, because you're registered as a charity, you know, with the Charities Commission, then you would then have to provide me with that information. But I don't know about the SPR. I suppose it would depend. Are they registered as a company? Are they just a group of individuals? And I suppose as well, it would depend, do they get funding from anywhere? Are they privately funded? Yeah, it's all, and I'm not knowledgeable enough to be able to say. So that's why I'm thinking of actually going to one of our solicitors and seeing if they can help, because obviously we deal with freedom of information requests all the time, but we're obliged, you know, to provide information as and when it's requested. And again, there's only certain things, like we'll redact certain information. We can't release stuff with personal information or business information on it. So that will be redacted from any documents, but we'll still complete, you know, we will still fulfill that request. It's just certain information can't be included on it because we've got to comply with GDPR. So, which won't apply to the Hodgsons because their names are already out there. Sorry, I'm going round in circles, but hopefully it makes some sense to you all and you understand what I'm trying to say. But like Green Eye said, you know, where the guy who wrote the book about the tapes got them from. And were they all the tape, you know, the whole 180 Green Eyes, do you know? It's, sorry, Porkchop, the SPR, it's the Society for Psychical Research. It's what we were talking about yesterday, which you would have, or was it the day before, when we covered Enfield. It was just saved me saying the whole thing together. So yeah, the Society for Psychical Research in London. And they were the organisation who sent Maurice Grosse and Guy Lyon Playfair. They sent them out to do the investigation, not the Society for Performing Rights. No, no, definitely not. Definitely not. I'm not sure, but there's more than the documentaries by the look of it. So Green Eyes, are they? So I'm presuming that they are. They've gone through. Sorry, let me get me. I keep being told about doing this. I don't engage my brain before I open my trap, so I'm trying not to do that as much. So how's this book? Have they broken down minute by minute these? Is it do they include transcripts of these recordings? I was just wondering if it was like what was going on in this chat last night after you'd logged out, where Pork Chop was going through the recordings step by step, and every couple of minutes he'd come back in chat and he'd type in, the first 30 seconds, then from 30 seconds to 45, and then from 45 to a minute, and he was time stamping it all. And I just wondered if that's what the book is like as well. If it is, I wouldn't mind getting hold of that. But again, I would expect, or I would guess that maybe there is going to be some difference in what the author has heard. I think he's transcribed the tapes himself like Porky did. Oh, okay, Green Eyes. But yeah, I think a lot of that stuff as well, though, it's open to interpretation, isn't it? Because I bet you could find the transcript online. Very possibly, Lisa. It's just that, when we were talking, if you guys remember, Bedtime Clown had mentioned he couldn't tell. There was something on that tape at the beginning, and he said it says something, something, something when I'm talking. Now, when Pork Chop went through it, he said he heard, so there was still a thing about the talking, but it was, oh God, I've got to try and remember now. Was it something like Janet and Margaret are sleeping and you were talking? It was something like that. So obviously there was a difference there in what each of them had heard, which can then alter the entire conversation, can't it, that's being had, and the meaning if there are differences in how people are perceiving what is being said. And I just wondered if it was the same with, with the author. So Green Eyes has done a pretty intensive search and cannot find anything apart from the book. Yeah, I mean, for a case that has been called the most well-documented and probably the most famous poltergeist activity case, other than the same old snippets and clips and so on that we can all grab hold of, there actually isn't that much available to the public, is there, when you do a search like this? I mean, I know there's still an awful lot of information, but when you go through that, there are 180 recordings, and I mean, I don't know, I'm just going to throw a figure out there, but say maybe we can find 20 of them online. So there's another 160 that we haven't heard. And obviously, I'm only saying that, it's just for an example, but we haven't seen or heard anywhere near the 180, 180. Because these are separate recordings on separate incidences. And I mean, don't forget, Maurice Grosse was, he was around that family for the best part of a year and a half. So these aren't little 1 minute recordings and adding them all up and they make 180. These are where he spent, considerable amounts of time with each recording. Whether it was him asking the spirit questions and getting knocks of ones or twos back for yeses and nos, or if these were the interviews where he's actually conducting a conversation with the entity claiming to be Bill Wilkins. And some of these interviews were going on for an hour plus at a time. And then you've got all the recordings. So they're not just those. Then you also got the recordings, which is one of the ones that Bedtime and Porky were going through last night, were the remote recordings that are in the bedroom. So there isn't anybody around. They are not in there asking questions of this entity. this tape recorder, this remote recording that is was it in the bedroom next to the girls or in the actual bedroom itself? So that is doing automatic recording from, remote from the investigators. So I'm guessing that those recordings are part of these 180 that Maurice Grosse has got. And then also on top of that, so we've got those 180 that are Maurice Grosse's. On top of that, if you then think about the radio interview that I listened to, so that was a BBC interview, and their reporter or broadcaster was in there talking to the family, and they've done their own recordings as well. So they're separate again. You know, that there's the bit where the female reporter or broadcaster is talking to Bill stroke Janet, and Bill calls, I don't know if he's calling her an arsehole, he's saying something arsehole. No, that's separate again because that's a BBC recording. So, oh, it's in the small box room next door. No, Maurice has died now. I think he died about 7 years, about 2014 or 15 he died, I think. Someone might have to correct me on that, but yeah, no, he's now died. That's why I was saying that, you know, if the recordings belong to him, then they would now belong to his son. And I'm sure his son is, I'm sure he's a solicitor or a barrister or something, I think. Because didn't he get him at one point to come in and be there while they were conducting an interview with this entity? So that's who I'm feeling may possibly, if they belong to Maurice, that his son would now own them. But I honestly don't know. So I don't really know where to start. So I'm wondering whether to just make a request to the SPR and see if they can either advise me or provide, or maybe just answer and say absolutely not, we're sharing nothing, which is very possible. You missed the chat before, Pork Chop, about well, I'm presuming you did, about the we had a bit of an MK Ultra discussion, which was quite good. I don't believe audio recording can be passed on to an individual. I think they can be passed on to an organisation or a state, but not one person. Right, okay. Oh, well, that helps. I suppose it would depend if he has an estate then, doesn't it? Because do you know what I didn't realise? Here is a little snippet about Maurice Grosse that some of you may or may not be aware of. You know, so you know, you see signs and things outside of shops or garages, or what have you, and they were the big square signs that actually rolled up, you know, with the next message on. So you'd have one advertisement on there, and then it'd like spin round to the next advertisement, and they're probably about 5 foot tall, 6 foot tall, maybe, these advertising boards, electronic ones, and then it'd roll up and go to the next one. That was invented by Maurice Grosse. I was there but not there, as I said earlier. Those twins are complete nut jobs. Oh, right, okay, yeah, sorry, I forgot when it was that you came in. Yeah, but I think that I think that was, yeah, I don't think that was a psychotic episode for those two, because there was nothing had happened before, nothing. So I'm going down the MK Ultra route with those. But yeah, I mean, apparently Maurice Grosse, he was a commercial artist. I think that was what he initially had been, and because he was in, because he fought in the Second World War. I mean, he was at Dunkirk. You know, all these little bits and pieces that I found out about him. And the other thing as well, which I thought was quite sweet, he met, and this was during the war, he met his wife he went to a tea dance and met his wife. This was on the Sunday. So on this particular Sunday, he went out to a tea dance. He met his future wife. Met her on the Sunday, proposed to her on the Thursday, and they were married 10 weeks later, apparently. And he gave this little interview, and he said that, he said there was a lot of eyes rolled and what have you at the time, because people were saying it was that quick, it wouldn't, these war marriages, they don't last. And he said, we've been married for 52 years. So, yeah, apparently this hasn't lasted long. And I thought that was quite nice, because that was very similar to one of my nan's older sisters. And she met my great uncle Bill. They met at a dance and they were married within 2 weeks of meeting. He was a stoker on one of the Navy ships. But yeah, met at a dance, married a fortnight later. And and they lasted as well, although I don't know about a match made in heaven, but it was kind of make do and mend, wasn't it, back then? But yeah, I thought that was quite nice about Morris. Obviously, love at first sight. I'll tell you what as well, he was, because we only see this picture of him with the handlebar moustache and as an elderly gentleman, but he was quite a good-looking chap. And his wife, they were a very handsome couple when you see the photograph of them during the war. Very attractive couple. Well, Lisa, so there must be some heavily copyrighted green eyes. What about Reddit? Oh, there are some obscure blogs out there. Do you know what? I don't go on Reddit. Maybe I should. It's just, you hear such odd things about Reddit, don't you? Has anybody seen Blue Rose tonight? Unless you're in chat just listening, Blue Rose, in which case, because yeah, when we were talking yesterday, because obviously it's, as you'll know, it's I probably will not come anywhere near online tomorrow because it's Death Day. So I'll be expecting that I'm going to die from midnight tonight until midnight tomorrow if I make it that far. And Blue Rose, it's her, her mum who she lost last year, towards the end of last year. It's her mum's birthday tomorrow. So I know she said she was going to, it was going to be quite sad because it's obviously the first birthday without a mum. So I don't know. If she's listening, if you're around, Blue Rose, I hope you're all right tomorrow, honey. So look, my neighbour's married Valentine's Day. Next day, he went off to war and she didn't see him for 3 years. They stayed together till death us do part. Yeah, I know. I think it's because, that was just that generation, wasn't it? Divorce wasn't really acceptable. Even though it was legal, it still wasn't acceptable, was it, during those particular generations of people? So they just put up with it. I always remember when I was little, hearing my nan and granddad having a right ding-dong. And I've never forgotten this. I always remembered it. And my nan was, she was furious. I mean, she was a fiery little bugger. She was only 4'11", and she was as fiery as buggery. My granddad, big, tall Scot, over 6 foot tall. I mean, I was this tiny little dot. And she was Raj, and she was really going at him. And she said, "Do you know, John," she said, "I love you, but I don't like you." And I never forgot that. And I was only little at the time. I have never forgotten her saying that. But yeah, as she got older, and she said, if we'd married, if it hadn't been the war, she said, and we'd have not got married. But it was just learning to put up with people's different, the differences, and yeah, it sure wasn't. No. Also, it brings Reddit up in the Google searches, does it, Green Eyes? You have to join Reddit though, don't you, to be able to read the stuff that's on there? I think. Let's have a little look. But yeah, I mean, and obviously, if anybody manages to come across anything, please let me know. Because I think probably on Tuesday when we do, when we cover the last part of this, that hopefully, I mean, I don't really want to go into the bill thing too much again, only because, you know, you can do some things to death, but obviously if I find out anything new in the meantime, and it will be touched upon because some of the investigation was trying to prove or disprove that this voice was real or fake, that Janet was coming out of. So it's a lot of the things that that were done not just by the SPR, you know, the news agencies, reporters. I'm trying to think who else got involved. I think because also, I mean, at one point, I think the social workers became involved as well, didn't they? Says my nan and granddad hated each other at times, although they had 10 kids. But when my nan died, my grandfather got with his sister. He didn't. Wow. Well, actually, there's a similar story there that I'll tell you sometime on another day. Just with my nan. I mean, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't anything. There were no affairs or anything. But yeah, just about unrequited love, I think. Not sure, but you know, it's just a suspicion I have with things that I observed quite a few years ago. But anyway, I'll say no more at this stage. Yeah, so I think he did, but we were happy for. Well, you know, you I suppose as well, if Lisa, that I'm not saying people didn't have affairs, but again, that the morals that people of that generation, for the most part, had, they would never have thought to have an affair, would they? So, and I'm not saying that this is here we go again. We're going off on a completely different tangent, but it's like the whole Charles and Camilla thing, isn't it? You know, he couldn't marry her. She was married. They obviously did love each other. He had to make a marriage that was acceptable to the state, which he did. And he wasn't happy, and Diana wasn't happy, and Camilla wasn't happy. You know, so sometimes you do marry the wrong person. You know, you don't know that at the time. So you can't stand in judgment that people, or rather, I wouldn't stand in judgment of somebody who, you know, found happiness in any way, shape, or form once they were free to do so, or not, as the case may be. I mean, we've all found ourselves with the wrong person at some point, haven't we? Don't know about not having affairs now, but I'm not sure about my grandfather and Connie. Yeah, it's. Oh, do you know what? I'll say it. I'll say it. So my nan, obviously. Can I have a link to come in and say? Of course you can, Danny. Of course you can. Bear with me 1 second. I'm absolutely dreadful because I always forget to put a link up. There we go. I just sit here and carry on gabbing away and totally forget until somebody reminds me. Because I am very, very new at streaming, hun. So I don't mean to be rude. I just forget. And I always say anybody's welcome to come up at any time.
Hi.
Oh, it's lovely to see you. Look, how pretty are you?
Oh gosh, I just filmed an episode for my channel, so that's why I'm all glammed. Otherwise, I'm not this glammed.
Oh God, well, this is why I leave myself just with a photograph. So 0 effort.
Well, thank you for having me up. I have to say, so as I mentioned before in the chat, and hello everybody. My name's Danielle, but I go by Danny. Tisney had recommended. I've known Tisney for over a year now, and she recommended your channel, and I'm so glad she did. I absolutely love your channel.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. It's so I've been trying to go back and catch up on all the episodes, and I absolutely love it. And I'm almost caught up.
What do you enjoy best, Danny? Like the topic wise, or is it just a mix of everything?
A mix of everything, but I love the ghost stories that you do. My aunt and uncle are paranormal investigators. So I kind of here in the States here, we live in Massachusetts, in the Boston area. So they work in a haunted mansion. So I get to hear, grown up with them, so I've heard their stuff all the time, but hearing stories from you and for everybody else that pops in and talks about it, we're kind of more overseas cases, is absolutely fascinating.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you. Can I just say, anybody who hasn't subbed to Danny, can you, if somebody's got a link, if you could drop it in the chat and then go and give her a sub, because we like supporting good channels. And thank you, because I subbed after you came in the other day, Danny.
Thank you. I'll post it after I bounce out, because otherwise I'll get too distracted, but I'll post it.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to, I don't know if you'd heard, because my boyfriend is a member of this chat. He comes in and out occasionally, seeing Porky. We are going to do a little ghosty hunt type thing in a couple of weeks. Not for my channel. We're going to somewhere that he doesn't know where we're going yet. It's for Valentine's, but we're going somewhere very ancient and very haunted. So yeah, that will be filmed and hopefully posted. So yeah, you can get to see that, hopefully.
Awesome. Yeah, I went to my aunt and uncle. They work at, it's called the S.K. Pierce Haunted Mansion in Gardner, Massachusetts, and they've been working there for, I think, almost 10 years now. I've not felt anything personally when I've gone, but I know people who have. But I still find it absolutely fascinating. And where I live, I'm about 45 minutes. I don't know if people have heard of the Lizzie Borden case.
Yes.
Yes. So me and my husband last year went to the Lizzie Borden house because we'd never been. And that was super cool, super creepy, but really cool.
Yeah, I've seen some documentaries and different ghost hunters, going to the Lizzie, but the Axe Murder House, isn't it? And I was listening to a story, and I'm not convinced. I don't know how I feel about did Lizzie do it or not? What do you feel?
I can tell you if you want.
Please.
She didn't do it.
No, I didn't think she did.
She was actually released from jail. People don't know that part. She was released and ended up living the rest of her life still in Fall River, and she's buried in Fall River. But they eventually determined it was not her. Technically, the case is unsolved, but investigators at that time have some theories on who they think it was, but it was not Lizzie.
Right. And do you have any other names or inklings? Or?
Oh, I did. Oh my God, my memory's horrible.
Sorry,
I don't remember offhand.
Yeah, because I remember watching something where people were thinking that it was a revenge killing of Lizzie on her father, because they were making accusations of all sorts of things. And yeah, I was fascinated, but then I thought, I'm not convinced this girl. She looked in shock. The way they described her when they found her at the house. I thought that sounds more like a girl in shock. She's witnessed something, and I don't know.
From what I recall, they believe it was a gentleman who knew the family and had stayed at the mansion. and then just flat out disappeared after the murder. I'm blanking what his name was though.
Wow.
I was trying to convince my husband the whole time because you can stay there. It's like a hotel kind of. So you can stay there. And I was like, let's stay in the room. Let's stay in the room. And he's like, we're not staying here.
No.
I wanted to.
Well, there's somebody else who, one of the channel members here as well, who you'll have seen, Lady Witch.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking, I watched a program on the Yellow Jacket mines, the disaster. I don't know if you're familiar with that in Nevada.
No.
Yeah. And so the mine had basically caught fire and they had to leave all these bodies in there because they had to cap it off to stop the fire. And I think it took weeks and weeks. Lady Witch has actually gone there to do an investigation. She's gone to a few very famous places. So yeah, it's
Wow.
I would really like to cover that at some point. So I didn't know if you'd covered anything like that before.
No, on my channel specifically, I cover. So Danny After Dark is a true crime based channel. I kind of review cases of solved crimes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really get into the paranormal on my channel. But on my own free time, I do like to read, either learn or read about paranormal cases. Because I mean, I've just been used to it with my aunt and uncle growing up. I'm very, very close to them, so
yeah,
it's fascinating.
And do your aunt and uncle, do they just do that, or do they have a channel as well? Do they publicize
They don't have a channel. So I am also on another channel called the Paulcast. It's me, him, Paul, and another guy. This is related, I promise. Anybody that's into the Manson case, we cover strictly the Manson case. However, Paul does kind of just other random interviews. And he was like, hey, your aunt and uncle kind of fascinate me. Can we interview them on my channel? I'm like, absolutely. Wow. So we've done 2 interviews with them on my on Paul's channel called the Paulcast. And we're actually interviewing them again this Friday night because everybody was fascinated with my aunt and uncle, with what they do. And they just kept messaging me questions. So I'm like, all right, let's bring them back. So because this time we're focusing, I guess they're friends with the people who know are connected to the Conjuring House, and a lot of people have questions about that. So they're going to talk a ton about that.
What? So this is on the channel called the Paulcast, did you say?
Yeah, I can drop his link down below too, and I'm on there for our Manson show stuff that we do. So if people are into that, great. If not, I know not everybody's into the Manson case, but I'll link that too. Because if anybody wants to see my aunt and uncle be interviewed, this will be our 3rd time. They're Ken and Marie Watson. So that will be this Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know where everybody's located, but it will stay up on his channel. If anybody's interested in hearing about them or watching the first 2 that we did.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, any links, Danny, please do, because most of us in here, most of the people I would say, because we have all met via true crime. I'm interested in true crime. It's not something I would cover myself because I don't know enough about it, and my brain doesn't work the same way that all your guys' brains work for looking at true crime in the way that you do. But the majority of people are. But we do like a bit of the supernatural and a bit of the historical, because I cover a lot of Viking stuff, given my background. Yeah, I would, because we had Captain Spaulding came in here before.
Oh yeah, I know him.
Yeah, and he was saying again that Denny sent him over and that he focuses on the Manson case. So we were all going over subbing to him as well. So yeah, please do any links, the Manson stuff and your aunt and uncle. Yeah, by all means, because
I'll pop that in when I bounce out. Yeah, I don't mean to take up too much of your time. I'm sorry, but so for those that, nobody knows me here. I'm like the new person. So I live again in Massachusetts, and I grew up right next to Salem, Massachusetts. And I know I just take Salem for granted. I'm there like 3 to 4 days a week because I volunteer at the cat shelter that me and my husband got our cats from. So I was actually there today doing adoptions, but I'm in Salem 3-4 times a week, and I always have to take a step back. So I'm like, people like like Salem from all over the world. They go there, and I just take it for granted because I just go through there all the time. But if anybody has Salem questions, let me know. That's my stomping ground.
Well, actually, Danny, which have you heard of the Pendle Witches?
The Pendle Witches? No.
Mm-hmm. Well, we covered on another channel that we all go into, which is Bam Bam's World. For Halloween, we covered, I kind of covered the Pendle Witch case. Now, there's just a little link. I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but it was a very similar case whereby a lot of women were put on trial and put to death on the evidence of a child. And it was the first time that the evidence of a child was used in a witchcraft trial. And it set a precedent because then obviously the Puritans, the Pilgrim Fathers, went from England over to your country, and they carried that. So the Salem trials were on the back of the Pendle witch trials. The precedent that had been set for using that kind of evidence in witchcraft trials was taken from the UK, and it was put into practice in Salem. That was just a little link there for you.
Gotcha. Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah, it's really good if you ever look into it. So it's just the Pendle witch trials. And I think
I definitely will.
Yeah. And it was, even now to this day, that was the very first trial that a child's evidence was ever allowed to be used. So it's still in practice today, in law courts around the world. But yeah, that was the first time. So sorry, just a little aside there. But yeah, Salem's fascinating.
Yeah, I love it. I take it for granted. Because I grew up in the city right next to it. So I was just, me and friends were like, yeah, let's go over to Salem. But it's an amazing place. If anybody gets the opportunity to go, absolutely go. There's so much history.
And do you get any eerie feelings when you're there, Danny? Or is that kind of open to your imagination?
Do I see anything?
Feel anything,
Feel anything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's just me. I don't feel anything. Like even when I went to the mansion my aunt and uncle work at, they took me room to room, and they're like, you don't feel that right now. I'm like, no. They're like, oh, there's a little boy in here with us, and I wanted to, but I don't know. There's something about me.
Yeah, well, it's not been something about you, I suppose. It's just that some places, they say that because of things that have happened there in the past, that it's kind of a residual feeling, such as Pendle, because Pendle is an area. When you go to Pendle Hill, it doesn't matter who you are, every single person who visits that area, who goes to Pendle Hill, where these witches lived, or I will say supposed witches, it's got the most, even on the sunniest day, it's got the coldest, eeriest of feelings. It's one of those places, and it's a beautiful area of the country in northern England, but the feeling there, something bad's happened. It's like if you visit a battlefield, where I suppose, a lot of the Civil War battlefields over there in your country, people say they have that feeling there, and I just wondered if it was the same with Salem, but obviously you're not.
I mean, it is. I just don't feel it. I mean, in another city near where I grew up too, there was Danvers State Hospital, which was a mental institute that was run several decades ago. They ended up closing down and just releasing all of the patients. But it's, for a while, it was abandoned and it was reportedly haunted. So of course in high school, me and my friends are like, let's break in, let's go in. They all chickened out, and I was the only one that went into the building. I mean, it was creepy, but I didn't feel anything when I was there. I don't know. It's just me.
No, but there's no wrong way or right way. I mean, I've got absolutely no doubt whatsoever when we go trying to do a little ghost hunt that I will be running around screaming like a lunatic. He won't. He'll be really.
Watch.
No, I mean, I even was joking, saying, if we're being the pitch black, I've got no doubt something will scare me, and I will just go running at a panic and probably knock myself out on a tree or something. But he thinks that'll be quite funny. But anyway, but I've got an overactive imagination, whereas he's more logical. And I'm just getting that from you, that you're not going to be open to flights of fancy.
Yeah, I don't know, but I find it fascinating. So I can't wait to see when any more videos that you do on that. I'm fascinated. I'm fascinated by all of this. So I'm so glad Tisney recommended your channel.
No, I'm much love to her for doing so, because I was just like, oh no, I'm just a little channel in England, and with a few people that pop in and want to hear about my Vikings and little bits of history and the odd dogman. That's the one thing, I'm into dogmen as well. I started listening to dogman encounters in the US, and I'd never heard of them before, so that's another thing I'm getting these guys into. But yeah, a little bit of everything. But no, Danny, I'm made up that you're coming in. I'm really pleased. Thank you so much. It's very flattering getting all these new people. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. And thank you, everybody in the chat. So nice to meet all of you. You guys have been I'm like the new kid on the block. You guys seem to all be a group of friends. And I'm just like, hi, I'm Danny. And everyone's been so nice. So thank you.
Yeah, no, do you know what? We were talking about this last night, Danny, quite late. It was nearly 3 a.m. our time here. And we were talking about people coming in because obviously, like, I make everybody a mod. That's just my thing. It's like everybody can be a mod, have a blue wrench and do what you like with it. Purely because I've known myself when I've gone into some channels and you think, oh, shit, pardon my French, I do swear, as we do in England a lot, you think like, oh shit, these all know each other, and I don't want to say hello, and I don't want to join in because they're all having a laugh and a joke, and they seem to know so much, and I didn't want people to feel like that in here. And like Lisa's just said there, we love having new people in. We got a new sub the other day who had been lurking for a while, so I would rather people come in. Everyone's so friendly. All the mods, channel members, everybody's really friendly. So I'm glad that you came in. Send people our way. Everybody's welcome.
Oh, well, thank you. So I'm going to go grab some dinner now. It's about 7 p.m. where I am. So thank you again for having me. I'll be listening while I fix up dinner, but everybody have a good night. And when I bounce out, I'll put links for my channel and then the interview with my aunt and uncle so people can check it out if they want.
Brilliant. Please do, and we'll all make sure that we sub. Thank you so much, Danny, and it's really lovely to see you in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Bye. Bye. Oh, that's brilliant. How lovely is Danny? So yeah, guys, when she drops the link or links, please give them a sub. So that was, as she was saying, that will be, yeah, Frida, yeah, we hope to see her again. Oh yeah, there was a question there from Mrs. Mercury. Do you find UK hauntings different to USA hauntings? Maybe if she's still around, she can answer that, or we can ask another time, Mrs. Mercury. I suppose they're different because the history aspect is different. I like her as well, Lisa. Me too. You get a good vibe from people, don't you, sometimes when you hear them talking or you see them face to face. Yes, Green. Yeah, thanks so much, Danny. So yeah, as she just said, she's going to drop some links. One is going to be for the Manson stuff, and the other is going to be for an interview with her aunt and uncle, who are psychic investigators. So people like Simple's Meerkat, if she's still in here, Simple's, or is she nodded off? Lisa, Green Eyes, Lady Witch, Frida, everybody. Yeah, it's stuff that you'll all be interested in. So yeah, and obviously, like Danny said, anybody wanting to know anything about Salem, if you ask her about that, because it's her stomping ground, as she said. So yeah, that's great. Oh, do you know what? I'm so pleased. I'm actually grinning away here that other people overseas are enjoying the channel. I'm really pleased about that. I'll be getting big-headed. I will have to get out of the front door sideways, or not at all if my head swells anymore. But as I've said before, though, that's all down to all of you. It's not my sole content. This is everybody chipping in, and the way that we go off at various tangents. So, but as I said yesterday, oh, thank you, Frida. Thank you. As I said yesterday, though, the ghosty thing, that's going to be Porky's. That's not mine. You know, I'm not taking any of the credit there, but obviously, as and when he uploads whatever he uploads to, he's going to have a different channel. It's not going to be his pork chop one. That's his gaming channel. Oh, there we go. Danny After Dark, my channel link if anyone's interested. So there's the link, guys. Please give it a sub if you haven't already. I know a lot of you did. And I'll put that up. I shall just stick that up on the page because you're so welcoming to everyone. Free, did you know what? The way I was brought up, look what he's put there, pork chop. So if it all goes Pete Tongs, you can deny everything. Babe, if it all goes Pete Tong, it's probably going to be my fault, isn't it? So not a problem. Not a problem. But yeah, please sub to Danny. There's the link up on the up on screen, and it's still in the chat there. No, it's not. If it all goes Pete Tong Pork Chop, it's so that you get all the credit. So as and when he sets his other channel up, if we can all give that one a sub as well. Yeah, there you go, Lisa. The relatives channel is below. Danny's just linked that one. Interview 1 with her aunt and uncle on the Paulcast. Oh, that's great. Thanks for subbing there to Frida. There you go, Danny. Not that there's a lot of us here, but those of us that are will, you know, fully support you. And I'll make sure after this live that I sub. I can't do it now because, as you all know, I kick myself off my own stream. There's the second interview as well that you can all watch. No, you're very welcome, Danny. It was lovely to have you up. It really was. And I hope that if we do, you know, if we've got another topic and you want to just jump up and give us your opinion. If you have a second, Danny, just before, I know you're going to go and make your dinner. Mrs. Mercury had just asked about, you know, do you find a difference between the stories about the hauntings in America compared to those over here in the UK? You know, do you find them different? I was reckoning probably so, just because of the history. Obviously, America is a very old place, and it's been inhabited for many thousands of years. But thinking about as regards buildings and so on, you know, because we're going back 1,000 years, 2,000 years to settlements and so on here, whereas that's not quite the same over there. Yes, Friedrich, it was very lovely to see Danny. Isn't she pretty? Okay, off to cook dinner. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Thank you all for being so kind. Not a problem, Danny. We look forward to seeing you again, love. You have a lovely evening with your husband. No problem, Mrs. Mercury. I'm just sorry. It's really hard. Because I'm new doing this. I get myself in a bit of a muddle, you know, trying to follow the chat and remember to put the links up and talking, whether it's on my own or talking to somebody else. So not great at multitasking. I should be, because I'm perfect at everything else. This is the point. She is indeed, Frida, very lovely. I just made that comment about me being perfect. I was going, this is the point where I'd expect Pork Chop to come in and confirm what I said. However, maybe not. I'm perfect at bread making, if nothing else, and talking a lot. So yeah. So as I was saying, I hope. Oh look, I'm right. Do you know what? I'm going to put that on chat on my page, just so everybody can see how perfect I am. I'm not even going to ask about the almost. I know I have many faults. Do you know what? I haven't had a pork chop for dinner tonight. I might have one tomorrow. If I was a lucky girl, but you never know. Sorry, I'm not going to do this anymore because it's like, get a room. Yeah, so what's that? I made my world's easiest bread into 2 little dons yesterday, and they're even better. I put a spoonful of olive oil in. Did you? Well, the thing is, Green Eyes, you can ask your wingman about this because I make him big arse loaves all the time. And I made some tiger bread the other day because he'd asked if I could make tiger bread as good as Asda's, and he did say it was nicer. So, but I didn't have enough of the rice paste. You know, you have to put it on the top to make that crackle on tiger bread. So I ended up doing 2 little batons, and unfortunately, which he's about to find out, one of the batons that was still in my freezer, I ate it. So I have made another big loaf just to make up for the fact that I've eaten it. Eating the rice paste. Eating the rice paste. Sorry, I was reading Green Eyes. I am getting compliments thick and fast tonight. I must admit it was the best tiger bread I've ever had. Thank you. Thank you for that. Although I'm trying not to keep asking about food. So yeah, I'm actually really excited about him setting up his channel though, as and whenever that happens or whenever that may be. Because I must admit, personally, pork chop is after a shag. Green Eyes, he doesn't have to flatter for that, as he'd no doubt be about to type out and tell you. But yeah. So yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to it because I love different ghost hunting channels, but I hate the ones that are really serious. We all need the recipe for your tiger bread now. Do you know what, Mrs. Mercury? I shall share it, and what I'll do is I'll talk it through. If I do it on a little, I'll record one so I can talk you through it. I don't mean filming it. I'm not going to film me. Best one of those 2, Green Eyes. Oh, what a shag! What whoa, what whoa. Actually, though, probably I've misread that, and at some point I'll come back in and go, no, follow the chat properly. Porky wants to play hide the sausage. Always simples. No, I didn't. I don't think I could film myself making bread. Green, I have a recipe for Irish soda bread for Bam's recipe donation thing. Should I send it to her via email? I don't know. Oh, is she still doing that? Green Eyes, only because she is filth. Oh, only on a day ending in Y. Not going to deny it. Oh, I've just put my, oh God, I lost my vape then. I was getting myself all unnecessary. So yeah, so as I was talking about I was talking about the recipe. So what I think I'll do is I'll just talk you through it rather than doing a cook, because I'm not a cookery channel thing yet. Well, no, I wouldn't do a cookery channel. Although Pork Chop did say I should, what did he, oh God, he gave me the name for it. Oh, Only Flans. That's what he said I should do, you know, because we always end up talking smut at some point. So he said I should do, and Green Eyes had made that comment about thinking, you know, when I was talking about putting the coal cloth on Cooper's knob when he got a little hard on that night. For those of you who don't know, Cooper is my dog. So is she collecting recipes now, Frida? And Green Eyes. I've obviously missed something. Or you could take the smut bit into consideration, call it only flange. I could, yeah. Yeah, right, because Cooper the dog. Yeah. So after yeah, so after the whole Knobgate thing, and Green Eyes had said, "Am I on Kiss's channel or only fans?" And after that, when I said about cooking, pork chop reckon I should start a channel called Only Flans, but no, it's not for me. I love doing my cooking. I love baking. I've not got, like Sandra Ruszczyk was doing her channel, and then there's that What's for Tea channel that I sub to that Frida watches as well, and I think Lady Witch, was it? Oh, right, okay. I've missed out on that one, Green Eyes. I know it was mentioned like a few weeks ago before Christmas. Is this something recent? Because I've missed a live. If it has. But yeah, if you've got the email where to send that, or is it to her own email, Green Eyes, or is it a separate one so that you know that the emails are concerning recipes? Because if you want to, oh right, oh yeah, I've obviously missed it then. But yeah, if there's an email to pop into chat, feel free. As you know, we support everything. Yeah, so sorry, I'm going off at a tangent. Oh, right, okie dokie, on the normal email. Right, no problem. Yes, if anybody's got recipes that they want to send to Bam, then fire them over to her email, which is on her About Me, isn't it, on her channel? So yeah, do that. I've got a few good recipes. So yeah, I'll do my tiger bread because I'm going to have to make another batch, no doubt. And I'll just talk you through how to do it, and then I can show you a picture of the finished article. But yeah, I've made a big arse loaf today, not a tiger bread one. So that'll be making its way over to his freezer. But yeah, so although I enjoy doing the cooking and so on, I couldn't do a channel. But yeah, as I was saying about the ghost channel, I love watching, different paranormal channels and what have you. Can I put the right mystery on top of your easy bed? Yes, you can. Green Eyes, you can. Absolutely. I'll send it after the live. I'll unless you found a recipe, how to make it. But after the live, I'll send it over to you by WhatsApp if you like, and how I do it. But yeah, but that's how you get that crackle and that taste on the top of the bread. I mean, it's not going to be exactly the same because it's on your normal bread, but you're still going to get that. It still gives that flavour and that smell that you get with tiger bread. Thanks, lovely. That would be great. Yeah, not a problem at all. Yeah, so with the, oh God, Cooper, please don't, mate. You've been quiet all night. Come on. Because all recipes donations going to animal charities. Yeah, no problem at all. Oh, there you go. So recipes, anybody who's listening in who isn't in the chat but is listening in, if you've got recipes and these are to raise funds for animal charities, you can send them over to on Bam Bam's World's email. What was I going to say? God, I had something in my head then. I was going to say, can't remember. It'll come back in a minute. I hate doing that when I go completely blank. And whenever I did that, and my nan used to say, oh, if you said I forgot what I was going to say, she used to go, must have been a lie. Which is totally the wrong thing to say to either a paranoid Aries or a Catholic. And a Catholic paranoid Aries is even better to wind up. So... yeah, it'll be really good, that Green Eyes. Love getting all different recipes, because I remember when that was first being discussed weeks ago, and somebody put something in the chat, mentioned a recipe, and I was like, oh man, I can't wait to read that one. I'll definitely buy this. But I can't remember whose it was now. I think I'd be really looking forward to learning like some Cajun recipes. I know I was saying I've got a killer cheese and onion pie recipe that's really nice. Well, I think it's really nice. It just takes quite a long time to make. And then I made a vindaloo pie a few weeks ago, and that turned out pretty damn good, if I must say so myself. So yeah, I will get back onto the paranormal. I'll be talking away and go, oh, shiny object. Yeah, the curry pie green eyes. I didn't make it quite hot enough because I'd asked Porky which you want, do you want a vindaloo pie? He was like, oh yeah. So I did this use the lasagna. Oh my goodness. Lasagna recipe too, if you like. Yes. I don't think you should share that though. That is the most amazing thing. Green eyes and anybody else in chat, it's his own invention. Lasagna. It's like lasagna, but it's hot and spicy. It is bloody gorgeous. So I'll get that recipe from him and share that with you because I've never tasted anything like that in my life. He made that for me the first time I ever went to his house, and he cooked me dinner and he made me this specially. And if I hadn't fallen in love with him already, I would have done at that point. The first mouthful I had, it is the nicest thing I have ever tasted. And I have tasted a lot of things. So there you go. Win-win. Delicious. And then he made it again on Christmas Eve for me. So very clever guy, because I would have never thought to do that with a lasagna. Let me just check I've not missed any. Oh, shut up with you being sick. I'm allowed to be mushy occasionally. Go on, call me needy. Do it, because I know it's coming. Mrs. Mercury, it's delicious. It's not just good, it's bloody amazing. Not long simples. We'll just say that. Well, not that long. So there you go. It's calling me needy. Doing a nice roast brisket for dinner tonight. First roast in ages. Ooh, lovely. I must admit, my favourite roast dinner though is lamb. I love lamb. But I also do it's like my variation on a Greek meal, like a Greek stew, and I kind of combined a couple of different recipes, and I will just leave that lamb cooking forever. And when you pick up the shoulder bone, because I use lamb shoulder for it, it just drops off. Because I like steak, beef, what have you. I like that if it is, I like my steak rare. But lamb, none of this leaving it pink shit. It has got to just dissolve when you get hold of it. So, and I love doing it for a roast dinner, but I'll put it in at the crack of a sparrows fart in the morning to roast slowly and then have it for evening. Yeah. Lamb I would eat every day if I could afford it because it's so expensive. You know what's going to come next, don't you, Green Eyes? We've done serious, we've done paranormal, we've done general chit chat. We're now on food. Something else will come next. Smutty, we come. Absolutely green eyes. Oh, Frida, have recipes for steak and Guinness pie, Bailey's cheesecake. But these things are quite expensive, so soda bread is the way to go. It won't be me, you're not here. Oh, I've lost myself in the chat again. What's that? What was that comment for, Porky? It won't be me, you're not here. Send them to. I love both of those. Yeah, Bailey's cheesecake. This is it, when there's a bit of a delay and there's a lot going on. I just I forget where I'm up to. So yeah, anyway, right, I'm going to go back onto what I was talking about, which was the whole paranormal thing. So even though I'm going to be there, this having a bit of a giggle and going out ghost hunting and what have you, it's not going to be on my channel, as I said. So and it's not because I want to deny all responsibility if anything goes wrong. It's his thing. I will just kind of help help to bring some let me see, what would I say? It's Mrs. Mercury. He's going to set up his own like this channel that he's got now. That's he does gaming, so that's different. He's going to set one up. I think he has decided on the name of it, but obviously that's for as and when. So I will leave that up to Pork Chop as and when he sets the channel up that he's going to use. Once he starts to upload things, and then I'll let him announce it. So I'd be really grateful if everybody would give him a sub on it, because it's going to be quite good fun. Because I can't stand when you go on these paranormal channels and they're so serious. You know, everything's so serious, and you always get people faking shit. And that's why I like watching Casper Site, although he isn't a paranormal channel, because he does the reviews on other paranormal channels, and he's so funny. And then when he went and did his own ghost hunt, I mean, that was hilarious. That's the type of channel that I like watching. You know, he wasn't taking himself too seriously, and he was with his mate Mace, and Mace was filming it. I mean, you've all heard the bit when they did Bodmin Jail and Mace farted and Casper's Site Ben nearly jumped out of his skin. It was things like that. I find that absolutely hilarious. So yeah, that's the way to go. So so yeah, as and when it can let you know. And it's just I'm doing the whole plug thing, but I'm not taking any credit for. I'm not going to be posting stuff on my channel. That's his thing. So yeah, because you know we all like a little bit of the paranormal, and obviously I've just got visions of me running around screaming like a bloody banshee and shitting myself at every available opportunity. Obviously not literally, I hope. So yeah, should give you a giggle if nothing else. Yeah, send the link to Pork Chop's new channel. I will do once I have it. I shall do it, Frida, or Pork Chop can do it himself, and we'll put the link up. But he's got, you know, he's not got any uploads yet, but they're coming. I don't think I've missed anything else. So yeah, I think that was the latest news with that. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to that. As I said, tomorrow I'm I highly doubt I'm going to be online. So probably, yeah, I'd say probably Tuesday is going to be my next day. I tend to stay away from electrical objects and anything that might likely kill me. Oh, we're half an hour into the 23rd, so yeah, I'm in death day already. So I mean, I don't tend to be superstitious, but God, I really am about this damn day. Any more? Yes, Frida, there will be. I was going to do one for Never Heard of Death. Oh no, Green Eyes. No, sorry, I call it. It's my death day. It's do you remember I was saying that we've had 3 generations of my family, women, all on the same side of the family, have all died on the 23rd of January, like years apart, but my great-grandmother, my mum, and then my nan. All 3 of them died on the 23rd of January, but years apart. And it's, yeah, and we're now in the 23rd here. So I always think that if ever I'm going to pop my clogs, it's going to be the 23rd. I'll just make myself the 4th generation. So yeah, yeah, it's not a great day. I do get a little bit down, which will probably be later on in the day. I'll be thinking about my mum and get a little bit, yeah, bit with a titty lip. Go to bed and not get up until the day after. Yeah, but then I'd probably like suffocate myself on my pillow or something. Put up. Don't worry. As soon as I've dropped Lammy off at home, I will be there in case I need to delete your search history. Thanks, babe. Thank you. Oh, see, that's why you're so lovely. Sad day. Yeah, Frida. It's sad. But I don't sit around because there's nothing I can do about it. I always think about my family. I never knew my great grandma. She died before I was born, but obviously my mum, and then, because she was so poorly when we were little and then died. So my nan brought us up. So she was more or less my surrogate mum, if you will. So it'll probably be when I wake up in the morning, I'll feel a bit sad, but it's more, I get scared. I've made myself become superstitious about this day. My sister doesn't, she's not got that superstition about it, but I have. I don't know why. I don't know whether it was I do have a habit, as everybody knows, of overthinking things too much, but yeah, I started doing this years ago. This thought suddenly popped in my head that if ever I am going to pop my clogs, it's going to be the 23rd of January, and I've worked myself into a frenzy every year over it, to the extent that if it's a work day, I won't go into work. And they know this. My boss will just go, oh, yeah, it's death day, isn't it? She's got it in her calendar. That's why I started calling it death day. So yeah, it's not a national day of mourning anywhere. Just me being superstitious. And like Pork Chop said there about deleting your search history, because I was like, what's that about? And it was, and he'd said him and his friends had this joke that if any of them died, they all know where each other's spare keys to the houses are in case they need to go in and delete the Google search history, like shitlord. But he's too thick. So when he's carked it, people can just go in and like broadcast all the nasty shit he was looking up on Google. I mean, he did it to himself anyway. So, oh, is it Mrs. Mercury, the age of 68? Gosh, that's young age, isn't it? Oh, Frida, thank you. So sad you didn't have your mum for most of your life. I know, but you know what? She was there when I was born. So that's the way I look at it. And it doesn't matter, because I'll always remember my mum was really beautiful. She was very tall. Again, didn't pass her height on to me. very tall, very willowy, blonde, and had the most incredible blue eyes. They looked fake. Nobody else in the family had eyes like my mum. They were twinkly, bright, light blue eyes. You know, and I'm not kind of building her up to be something that she wasn't. It was just these eyes were the one thing that people would notice about my mum, and then the fact that she had legs up to her armpits. So yeah, I used to wear all the funny tails. You know, that my uncle was, because her and my uncle were very, very close when they were growing up, because there wasn't a lot of age between them. There was only just over a year, you know, but my nan and granddad obviously didn't waste a lot of time. So that's Catholics for you. So my auntie, sorry, my uncle and my mum were very close, and I remember my uncle, we were having a bit of a reminisce one time, and he was saying about my mum. She got a job just clearing glasses, you know, when she was about, I don't know, 17, something like that, at the local Labour club. And at that time in the 60s, with the mini skirt thing, and my uncle was saying, he said, God, he said, there used to be fellas following your mum all round. He said, because of her legs. He said she had the best pair of legs ever. You know, he said she had a lot of fellas all over the place. So yeah, it's funny how things stick with us, isn't it, Mrs. Mercury? That age, and I suppose it's one of those where, as you're approaching it, same as me with the 23rd, it's just one of those things that sticks in your head, isn't it? That's right, Frida. Like Paul Newman, yeah, because his eyes were really nice, but my mum's were I've never seen anybody with that colour eyes, and none of us in the family have got that colour eyes. They were I always used to say she had twinkly eyes. They were lovely. And very, very, you know, when people have laughing eyes. But yeah, it was my mum who had who got MS, so and went downhill very quickly with it. She had primary progressive MS, which is an aggressive, you know, it's an aggressive form of MS. So yeah, between the diagnosis and her being completely paralyzed, whereby she didn't even have the power of speech anymore, that all happened within, I'm trying to think now, it was probably about 6 years, if that. So yeah, and she was young. She was very young, so yeah, very sad. Anyway, I'm not going to be sad about that. I'll talk about something else, because otherwise we'll all get depressed and it will be my fault. And we don't like doing that on this channel, because we like to be happy. So who'd like to talk about dicks and tits? Because we've been through the food. Actually, I need to take that thing off the screen that Pork Chop said, because I look really conceited. You are perfect in almost every way. Just to remind him, though, that I am perfect. Oh God, that said, yeah, I'm almost 60, so go and make the most of the next 8 years. I'm sure, Mrs. Mercury, that you can break the mold. Absolutely sure. Because it's one of those things, isn't it? If you think about it, it's like, you know, the average age has increased just because of the standard of living that we've all got and the changes to diet. Happy life with my grand. Yeah, happy memories, Frida. But, you know, as you'll know yourself, being of an Irish background, having an Irish nana, they make the best food, but my God, they can't half deliver the chastisement on the back of the knuckles when they feel like it. I mean, I think I was telling everybody about her hearing me saying a bad swear word, and she launched a skillet at me. She did, it missed. By probably a sig paper. But yeah, thick cast iron skillet. No point me talking about dicks. I've forgotten what one is. Oh, Mrs. Mercury. No. Well, we could talk about dicks that we know. Doesn't have to be a willy dick. It can just be a dick. Now, I always found anybody from a military family, you may be aware, you know, when you have somebody that's like an enemy that's spying on you and they call them dickers. Does anybody, I've never asked my dad this or my brothers, or Potchop even for that matter, given his background. But yeah, they call them dickers. Or we're being dicked, I mean like you're being spied on, you're being watched. My granny hit my mum on the head with a shovel. And that's it, Frida, isn't it? You know, that I've only just noticed you've got your shield maiden shield up there. Well done. Because, yeah, you've got to defend the title. Divorce the biggest dick. I hear you there, Mrs. Mercury. It's like that funny thing, isn't it, where they say you've got to kiss a lot of frogs before you find one that turns into a prince. I've just remembered, sorry, again, bouncing all over the place. Oh, hang on, Porkchop. That comes from Northern Ireland. The people who spied on behalf of the paramilitaries were dickers. Right, okay, so that's what's then gone on into current military jargon then. Because I know that when our Richie was in, hang on a minute, I forget if it was Afghan or oh no, it was in Iraq. It was when he was in Iraq, and he he was filmed. You know, they had the cameras on and what have you, and he had downloaded some of the some of the footage. Excuse me, and he was showing me one, and you can hear one of his colleagues. They were it was when they were in Basra. And he was saying this other soldier, you can't see him, but you can hear him. And he's going, we're getting fucking, there's a dicker there. There's a fucking dicker there. We're getting dicked. Yes, Cooper, we know. Shut up. And he was meaning that there would be, somebody was watching them from one of these buildings. But I didn't realise that that's where that came from, was from Northern Ireland. Do you know why they were called dickers? Any idea where the pallet? Oh, I'll get my facts straight. Yeah. Where it came? I mean, was that a word that the British forces gave to the paramilitary spies, or was it the paramilitaries gave the spies that name? We have chick flicks and dick flicks. That's what a male friend of mine calls them. Oh dear. Chick flicks. I don't know what, I'm trying to think what my favourite chick flick would be. I'm going to have to think. I think, yeah, probably I would reckon my favourite chick flick I love Bridget Jones' Diary. I haven't seen Bridget Jones' Baby yet. No, I've heard the phrase Frida Baxter. I should have just said Frida. Why did I give you your full title then, like you were in trouble? Obviously, because I come from an army family, so I've heard the phrase, dickers and being dicked in that respect. But I didn't know that it was a Northern Ireland or of Northern Irish origin. And obviously you're from the north of Ireland, aren't you, Frida? So, yours is Bridesmaids, is it Simples? Oh my God, where she shits herself in the street. That is one of the, when they're all got the shits when they're trying all the wedding dresses on. I have never laughed as hard, I don't think, in public, because I was round at my friend's house. She'd got it on a DVD and she said, I've just got, I've got this out. why don't you all come round? And there's a big gang of us. I think there's about 10 of us. We had a bit of a girly night, so we had pizza and what have you. And yeah. And I didn't know some of these girls. We had a few wines, and yeah, and then I'm watching this and just howling, laughing, shutting me shut. Well, it's the one where Melissa McCarthy has to get up and she shits in the. Is it Melissa McCarthy? I forgot the name wrong. The one who plays the sister, the chubby one, and she gets up and she shits in the. She's got her arse in the sink and she's going, "Look away, look away." She shits her brains out. Oh, it is. Yeah, I couldn't remember if that was a name or not. I have actually. I'm going to reveal something now. Yeah, it's like fucking lava. I know, green eyes. Only because, yeah, do you know what? We're all friends here. It doesn't matter. Something similar has happened to me. I'm not going to go into detail, but let's just say that there was somebody having to shit in the bath because the toilet was taken. The Ring of Fire. Do you remember when hula hoops did those spicy hula hoops? And they had that theme tune, didn't they? Burn, 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 Ring of Fire. And they took it off because of people complaining. Good grief. Oh, your favourite chick flick, I love that, My Best Friend's Wedding. And the dick flick is Die Hard. So dick flick, I suppose, is yeah. So when you're referring to dick flick, so that's one for the guys. Dick flick for me. Let me think. See, I've got Bridget Jones's Diary or Bridget Jones: The Edge of Reason. I've not seen Bridget Jones's Baby yet. I keep meaning to, and I've not quite got into the mood for watching that. So I think, you see, I actually like war movies. Has anybody, it's not really a happy one. Has anybody seen Kajaki? The one about three para who were up at Kajaki Dam in Helmand Province. I think it was called something like Kilo 2 Bravo when it was released in America. But the problem was it didn't get it didn't get where it should have done, and the popularity it should have done, because unfortunately it was released at the same time that American Sniper came out, and that kind of got most of the press. But I'll tell you what, that film Kajaki, or as I said, if you're in the US, Kilo 2 Bravo, it's one of the best films ever, because especially from a British perspective, and also especially from a forces perspective. So any ex-forces or anyone from a military family or what have you who understands that humour. And for the guys who played the characters in this, because it's all real life, it happens virtually exactly on the film as it did in real life. A friend of mine who was in Three Para, he was actually there. He wasn't one of the guys being portrayed. He was one of the guys on Overwatch while what was going on in the film went on. But it was basically where the a patrol were caught in. They thought initially that it was a minefield. It wasn't. I don't want to ruin it in case anybody watches the film, you know, and you can see how it plays out. But even in the midst of all of this horrendous stuff that was going on, the squad of humour was absolutely brilliant. Come on, guys, best chick flick and best dick flick it should be. I think, Frida. But yeah, that's one to watch. It's heart-rending but hilarious at the same time. So that, I would say, Kajaki is probably my best dick flick. I'm trying to think of other ones. It's all right. I knew what you meant, Frida. You're okay. I'll tell you another one that I love as well. Again, that would probably, I don't even think it would be classed as a chick flick though, because of how old the film is. But I love The Quiet Man, you know, the one with John Wayne and Maureen O'Hara, where he's obviously an Irish-born American who goes back to Ireland and falls in love with Maureen O'Hara and ends up marrying her. And I love that film. I could watch it again and again and again. And I had it and I lent it to somebody who I used to work with, who then left and never returned my DVD. So I need to purchase that again. It's one of those things I keep getting around, but I really don't watch DVDs anymore. But yeah, that's one of my all-time favourite films. I love it. I could just watch it again and again. I know it off by heart. It's like Braveheart, you know, the William Wallace speech where he's riding up and down on his horse in front of the troops just before the battle. And I know that off by heart as well. I'm just going to boil the kettle, guys. So give me 1 second in case there's any background noise. I really need a cup of tea. This has been a really nice chat tonight. Thank you, everybody. Oh, Mrs. Mercury, my all-time favourite film is Jaws, Robert Shaw, Quint Fraw. Yes, and you know what? Robert Shaw came from not far away from where I live now. He was a local lad. Have you seen his son? He's the spitting image of him. I mean, I know he's got quite a few kids, but his eldest son is just the living image of him. Were you in? I don't know if you were in here or not, and we were talking about I was talking about some t-shirts when I moved house, and I had I like funny t-shirts, and I had one that said, it was like Quint's shark tears on it, and another one was the Amity Police. I think my chick is Love Actually, and Fifth Element for your dick. Ah, okay. Oh, thank you, hostess with the mostest. Oh, thank you, Green Eyes. Oh, you can't watch Jaws. I can watch it up to the bit where Robert Shaw starts getting munched on. I don't like that. I didn't like him dying. But yeah, there is a pub where he was born, and I think that is called the Robert Shaw, isn't it? I'm pretty sure if Pork Chop's around, he'll still remember it. He will know it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's called the Robert Shaw. What else have I got here? Kiss. Oh, you love that movie too. Oh, DVD on eBay. Yeah. Yeah, it's just one of those where I've just not got round to doing it. Hey, I'll tell you something else that not a lot of people know that. Not a lot of people watched it. And it was one of my favourite series ever. Did any of you ever watch? It was on the BBC years ago, and it was called 2000 Acres of Sky. And it was Michelle Collins was in it and Paul Kay. It was Mrs. Mercury, West Horton. There's a limerick about that. There once was a girl from West Horton who had one long tit and one short one. To make up for that, she'd a big hairy twat and a fart like an 850 Norton. But ching. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know any decent limericks. They're all filthy. Green Eyes, great movies too. They don't make movies like that anymore. No, they don't. I never knew where the Fifth Element was going. Love Actually is one of Pork Chop's favourite films as well. Sorry, Mrs. Mercury, that was really foul, wasn't it? You can't rely on me to run a chat without letting it degenerate at some point with some very bad words. I don't mind Hugh Grant, but I always think about him getting a blowjob off that hooker. You can't think of a dick. I'm trying to think. Simples. There'll be one, and you'll remember it. The minute that the live shuts down, you will actually remember it. What was the name that who Hugh Grant went with? Was it Divine something or other? I mean, and you know, all I remember is that the prostitute, she was, oh God, she had a face like a robber's dog, and he cheated on Liz Hurley for that. I mean, you know, you don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Liz Hurley mightn't have been a particularly nice person. However, it doesn't excuse it. And I just thought, well, you must have been really gagging for a BJ if you went with that. I just don't know why you could be in Liz Hurley every night and instead choose. Divine Brown, thank you. Yeah, I've just said it's. I mean, you don't know. She could be super bitch. You don't know, but I still, yeah. I was wondering that, Mrs. Mercury, why she can't watch Jaws. My bit is just up to the bit where Robert Shaw, you know, when he slides down and he's screaming. I hate that. He was a bloody good actor. He was, though. I know Hugh Grant really did let himself down, Frida. But, you know, he kind of got over that one, didn't he? It didn't harm his career. I think it harmed his career for all of 5 minutes. Always wondered if he ever regretted that, you know, the whole Liz Hurley thing. I mean, she's in good nick for her age, isn't she? Whether that's with a little help and enhancement, I don't know. Although she has always had a very nice figure. Because what's her face is the same, isn't she? I mean, I don't like this person just because I think, well, I don't know. My opinion is she always comes across as a bit forced and fake. But Amanda Holden, but she's got like a little girl's figure, hasn't she? I'm sure she's in her 50s now. I was gutted when Robert Shaw got munched. I know, Mrs. Mercury. I was. It was horrible, that. Oh, gosh, green eyes, really? Same reason as why I don't swim in the sea. They frighten me to death, and I've seen the injuries they cause. Of course. I mean, are we talking kind of great white sharks or just any kind of sharks? I'm not sure what's common down there, because I'll tell you something else. We should have been, when I went to Australia the second time, I was going to go doing some scuba diving, and it was probably about a week, 10 days before there'd actually been somebody killed by a shark in that area that we were going to, and I didn't dive. Yeah, but well, bull sharks can go in salt and fresh water, can't they? Because they found them up in freshwater rivers in America. I don't know if the same thing has happened in Australia. But yeah, there'd been attacks and so on in rivers, and they were wondering what was actually causing these injuries or deaths or disappearances. And yeah, it's turned out that bull sharks can actually survive in freshwater as well as salt. Yeah, I wish I had Liz Hurley's assistance. It's just sad when everything starts to head south, isn't it? And we're not millionaires that can afford to go and have a bit of enhancement. The thing is, though, I always look at people like, like Danny Minogue, who was, because I thought she was very pretty when she was younger, and then now she's just plastic surgery to shit. Her face doesn't look real. It looks like she can't move her face. It's all tight, and she's gone over the top. So I thought she's going to be one of these people who is, one day she's just going to look about 300 years old because she's finally decided that she's not going to have any more surgery or whatever it is that she's had done. But she just doesn't look nice. They're in the Brisbane River after the floods in 2011. They even found one in the bunker on one of the golf courses. Flipping heck. Nicole Kidman and Kylie are terrible now, plastic to the max. Oh, don't say that. Porky's got a thing for Nicole Kidman. I've not seen Kylie for ages, though. Having said that, though, her figure is her own. I mean, I've not seen her face, so I don't know what she's looking like. If she's looking like her sister Danny, but does she? Oh, he'll probably come in crying now. But the exercises, I remember watching. Oh, look at that. I'm your wingman, Green Eyes. Don't you diss my next ex-wife. Cheating bastard. It's all right. Gerard Butler's my next ex-husband, so... Well, he'd be my only ex-husband because I've never been married, so... Sorry, the G-force has got to her face. But yeah, what I was talking about with Kylie, so she's done, because she has got a good figure, whatever else you say about her. And yeah, it was my comeback. I just, yeah, that's it. Sorry, I'm just gutted. Just gutted. You've cut me deep. So yeah, apparently, to get that figure, she had been, when she was in a film, I can't remember the film that she said about, but it was with Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he was telling her all these exercises to get the perfect bottom and perfect legs and what have you. And I have been doing those same exercises to get my bottom looking something like so. And apparently it is semi-working. So we shall see if I end up with an ass like Kylie Minogue's in, which film was it? Which song was it? I can't remember the video now. She's got those like tiny little stuck up her ass shorts on. Is it Can't Get You Out of My Head or Spin You Round? One of those anyway. So yeah, that's my goal for summer. So I can wear Daisy Dukes. Wait till you hit 60 and everything starts to go. So I'm spinning around. Yeah. So that's what I'm aiming for. That's for my summer's goal. That is. Little ass with little Daisy Dukes on. Put chop if you want my script. Oh, you didn't. You just yes. I know. Yeah, Mrs. Mercury. Nothing. Go and buy it from bloody Asda. Well, the thing is, though, Green Eyes, that doesn't necessarily, because I saw there was a lady on, it was on YouTube. Now she's, I can't remember if she's Korean or Japanese. I think she's Korean. I'll go for Korean. And she's getting on, and you only realise that if you see her face, and even then her face is in good nick, she's not had any form of surgery. She's not had any, either facial surgery or body enhancing surgery. She has lived, I think she's lived either vegan or vegetarian all her life. She only eats clean foods. She exercises regularly. And she's got an absolutely stunning figure. There's photographs of her with her son, and people think she's his girlfriend and she's like his mum. I think she's pushing 60. So yeah, we can all aim for that. We can all aim for that. Apparently she bought those shorts for 50p. Did she? Did she really? Oh, well, I might go and do some charity shop shopping. I love going around the charity shops though. Not been for a while, but there's a little town not far from us here, and just the main street is just charity shops. God, and I've had some cracking stuff out of there over the years. Well, over the years I've lived here. Well, if I manage to find some of those little tiny shorts somewhere and my Kylie Minogue / Jean-Claude Van Damme exercises work on my arse, I will wear them and I shall video myself spinning around and dancing in them. I think sitting on my arse for the last almost 2 years though, with not doing, because obviously I've started piling the weight on, didn't I, through lockdown, which has now nearly all come off. But yeah, I need to start toning stuff up again. So that's what these exercises are for. I'm going to say, I wonder how Tiz is doing with her, because she's going on an exercise and diet drive, isn't she, for the new year? She's not, I think I did ask her in a chat, was it last week or so? But yeah, we need to find out how she's doing, because there was somebody that she said she was going to compare or act as like an exercise buddy, and I can't remember who that was, if anybody else can remember. Footchop says hooray for the shorts. He might do, I don't know. He just play a lot close to his chest, so we'll wait and see. I'm doing it for me. I'm doing it for me. So I can feel nice and confident in the summer. Because last summer I was kind of wearing jeans. I was hiding shit until I lost all that weight. It's just so easy to put it on, isn't it? You don't realise until all of a sudden you're like, shit, why are my jeans 2 sizes bigger than I used to wear, or 3 sizes, or 4 sizes, or however big you get to. Oh, sorry if you can all hear the Gandalf pipe. Well, sorry, I meant to address this about an hour ago, and then we got totally sidetracked again. Frida, when you asked about a quiz, if you can remember that far back, yes, I'm going to do a quiz. I was going to do one because I was trying to do them on a Friday, wasn't I? And then because I didn't kind of do Vikings, and then there was a bit of a gap with me not coming online, and then I wasn't around on Thursday, but then I had this thing I wanted to talk about yesterday, which was the Southend werewolf. And I thought, well, there's only so much we can learn about mods, isn't there? So I'm going to do it this coming week, maybe on the Friday. We can see, because we'll be doing the Enfield poltergeist. So by that time, we'll have covered Enfield, we'll have covered the Southend on Sea werewolf. We've covered Bill. I think we'll have a few questions on Bill. And probably a bit more Viking stuff thrown in. So I think there'll be more, and plus obviously we've got more new people, so there's more people we can ask questions on as far as the Know Your Mods bit. But I'm going to do it as, do you remember that Sid Vicious had suggested, rather than doing like a topic quiz and then a Know Your Mods quiz, to basically do a roundup of the week and Know Your Mods quiz. So do it all combined. So maybe a couple of questions on topics we've discussed and then a couple of questions on mods, and do it that way, so we can do it all in one. Yeah, keep you all on your toes. Absolutely. I just thought it was a good suggestion from him, wasn't it? He just come up. I've not seen him around, so I hope Nancy's okay, because she'd come home from hospital, hadn't she? But yeah, I mean, although I've got a load of ideas for doing different lives, and I am still going to be sticking to my Viking stuff, you know, I'm open to suggestions. Like Pork Chop made a suggestion last night about the Pol Pot killings, about doing something on that. I still need to get my finger out regarding the Cloud Warriors and the Star Children and Nazca. So that's another thing. I'm still waiting to hear back about the Dogman stuff, which is fine, because, you know, the guy that I contacted, he you know, he's busy and he's running his own channel. Yes, Friedrich absolutely was. I missed all of this because my daughter's internet connection is terrible. Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Mercury. We've done some quizzes and they've just been quite a good giggle, because you know, when we're chatting along like this of an evening, and it's just general chit chat, so we'll do some normal stuff. And what I've done at the end of the week is I've been asking questions. So because everybody's a mod, and people are, you know, more people are coming in for all of the lives, or most of them, and they'll catch at least some bits and pieces. Usually during the course of the live, people are giving up little bits about themselves. So I've been doing a Know Your Mods quiz, and that's been quite funny, because I think Sharon won the first one, and if you win, you're granted the title of Channel Shield Maiden if you're a woman, or you're going to be the Sword Dane if you're a man. So the first one was won by Shazza, and then last week Frida and Blue Rose were joint winners. So that's why Frida has a little shield next to her name now, and Sharon's still got hers up. So I'm hoping at some point that all the ladies will have a shield next to the name when they've managed to win at least one round of the quizzes. But yeah, it was quite funny, because when Sharon won, you know, everyone was saying well done, and I said, yeah, it just shows that you're just a nosy bastard. Mrs. Mercury Kiss keeps her lives up so you can catch up. Yeah, there's only one of my lives come down, Mrs. Mercury, and that was the New Year's Eve live, and that wasn't through me having to take it. Well, yeah, it was. I had to take it down because I got reported, because one of the panel guests was rat-arsed and was saying "see you next Tuesday" every second or third word. Which was quite funny, but anyway. And it also got hit with a copyright strike, because Tismy Denny was up live, and she was on panel, and she was streaming music. So so it didn't matter, you know, it was just a good giggle. We all saw the new year, but that's the only one of mine that's come down. And that was for very valid reasons. But yeah, I mean, there's no reason, none of my lives need or would need to be taken down, because, you know, there's nothing offensive. You know, we're just covering normal topics. We're not covering true crime. We're not getting involved in any of that shizzle or drama. Or, yeah, we had a little bit of a discussion earlier, but, you know, names were not named. So it's fine. Oh, you wondered what the shield was for. Oh, blimey. Yeah, no pressure. No pressure. But yeah, last week, yeah, Frida was Frida was just hot to trot, and Blue Rose was on fire. So yeah, it's Dennis. Dennis did well in the Vikings quiz, but then Cassis came in. Yes, he did. But we have another a new member, but I've not seen him. He's not been in this week, has he, Frida? Dennis Kenga, who is he's a Turkish lad, so he's obsessed with all things Vikings. But I think possibly he's more interested in the Vikings, Frida. So if I've not done any Vikings lives, Dennis has probably given it a swerve. So yeah, but it's just quite funny, you know, when you're picking little bits and pieces up about people. So you just have to pay attention to what people are saying in the lives, Mrs. Mercury. And it's surprising how many people don't listen to what people are saying about themselves in the lives. I pick up all, and I make little notes. I mean, it's like for an example, I won't ask this question, but going off what I've got posted up on the screen there, you are perfect in almost every way, sweetie. So one of the questions would be along the lines of, who was told they were perfect in almost every way? That would be, you know, and then you'd put, oh, Kiss, it was you. That's the question. Cassius loves the Vikings, but I hope Dennis comes back. Yes, yeah, because he was really enjoying it, and I've enjoyed it because, you know, people who like yourself and like Simples who were saying they didn't know, you know, that much about them, and they've learned stuff. And Denny had said the same thing. Please bear in mind that I'm nearly 60 and my daughter says I'm senile. Don't you worry, Mrs. Mercury. There's no judgments made in here. It's just all for a bit of fun. And to be honest, when I'm asking the questions half the time, I'm howling laughing. And there's usually something smutty that comes in as well. So there's always a little bit of everything for somebody. I mean, it was quite tight last week. I think it was between Frida and Simples, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure. But yeah, and sometimes I'll give points out as well. I'll give sympathy points out, Mrs. Mercury. But yeah, it just a bit of fun, because obviously at the moment, Jen isn't doing the Nobbington ones. So although I've kind of pinched the quiz idea, but I'm not doing general knowledge. It's just literally stuff that's gone on here, and to try and find out who's a nosy bastard. It was a tiebreaker. Oh yeah, I forgot about the I forgot what. Do you remember what the tiebreaker question was? Oh gosh, and you got it right. Back to smut. So yeah, so I will do that next week. Probably, I'd be inclined to say it'll probably be Friday night next week, but I'll let everybody know in time. So yeah, I'll book in the Tuesday live for the second part of Enfield. I'll probably do maybe on Wednesday. I might do the next one of the Vikings that I'm looking at doing. And I did notice as well. I noticed that Bam had posted a link about the Repton Vikings. You know, the discovery. I think was it Dan Snow? I think. I watched the link, and I don't know if you guys remember. I mentioned, I think that was it the week before last, about the graves that were found in the Vicarage Gardens, and that was those about the Repton Vikings. And so yeah, it was quite interesting to see that one coming up. Do you know what, Frida? I saw that this morning. Yeah, because I didn't know what was going on, because I hadn't been online, you know, cruising around channels, and then I'd missed a couple of days. And so I didn't know until yesterday when Bedtime brought it up, and then you guys were talking about it in chat. I didn't realise what was going on. So I went and I listened to Salty's, the Just a Pinch one. Oh, God, my heart was breaking for her. And then I saw that this morning, and it was lovely seeing the messages from everybody, wasn't it? Oh, well, I hope the internet holds up, Mrs. Mercury. I hope it holds up for you. But again, I mean, some of the last two quizzes are up there. So, well, the last two, I've only done two, haven't I? But those quizzes are there, so you can get an idea of the type of questions. But yeah, I was taking the Vikings one way too seriously. So that's why I think it's better if we just do light-hearted, I think. Yeah, it was beautiful scenery, wasn't it? I liked Cassis's bit as well, with the Eileen Donan castle on there. Been there many times. I've got photos of, yeah, there's always those certain spots that you stay along the loch, and you know, you can pull over on the road and take photographs down of the castle, and yeah, so it was nice seeing that. And he's such a nice chap, isn't he, Cassius? Such a nice, kind person. So that, I mean, everybody's messages were nice, but yeah, you could hear he was smiling, couldn't you, when he was giving her his message. So I really hope that that she's all right, because I really like Salty. I mean, and I thought I've been online a long time, but I couldn't do what she does. You know, when she's done those absolute marathon sessions. Yeah, he is, Frida. He is. I think you come across some people in life, don't you? And you just know that, because we're all different online, you know, we can be anybody we want to, unless there's somebody here that can prove who you are. You know, so I've got, well, I've had two people now in my channel who know me in real life. So if I was coming out with some form of bullshit, they'd pull me up on it straight away. You know, we had Uncle P, who got my channel flipping hit on New Year's Eve, and Porky, and he wouldn't cover for me. If I was coming out with some bullshit, he'd be the first one to come up in chat and go, stop blagging. But generally speaking, we could all be anybody we wanted to be online, as a lot of people are. And you can tend to pick out the people who are bullshitting and, you know, bigging themselves up to be more than what they are. But most of the time, especially in this little corner of YouTube, you hear people talking, and you know straight away what kind of people they are. So not just by how they presented themselves online and talking, but how you know, how they type and how they interact with everybody else, and you get an instant feel for them, don't you? Jen's one of them. You know that there's absolutely nothing about that lady that's fake, or, you know, she wears a heart on her sleeve, and she's so funny, and she's one of the kindest, most pleasant, welcoming people I've ever come across. She's lovely to everybody who goes in her channel, welcomes everybody, you know, which is why I stuck around, because there are a lot of very unfriendly channels, you know, people who think that you know, they're so important that they don't even need to say hello to new people coming in, and I don't like that. You know, how are people going to come back? It doesn't matter how great your content is. If people don't feel welcome or part of things, then, you know, I don't blame them for choosing to go elsewhere. So Jen's one of those good people. Cassius, again, Anne Westwood. I'll tell you who else I really like as well, Angela Cook. I've not seen Angela for a bit. I don't know if Angela's subbed to me or not, but I'd love it if she came in. But Angela's one of those people who's always just so pleasant with everybody. Trying to think, obviously all of you in here, you know, that goes without saying. I don't have to name everybody. So yeah, you just get a feel of people. Oh, Mrs. Mercury. Right, I'm off to bed, squashed up against the wall because my granddaughter and youngest grandson are in bed with me. I don't roll over you. Mind you, I'm not the little one. And they all rolled over and one fell out. As she hit the floor, she gave a shout. Please remember to tie a knot in your pajamas. Single beds are only made for one. There you go. Oh, well, thank you, Mrs. Mercury. It's been lovely seeing you. I'm glad you managed to catch a live. I hope you managed to catch us on Tuesday when we do the last bit of Enfield. And if not, then if you hopefully have got internet connection for the quiz next week. But yeah, I'll see you whenever. But yeah, sweet dreams, and give your little ones a cuddle. And we'll see you soon. As Frida said, yeah, Jen, Nuff. I always get good vibes from her. Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. You know, and I think if oh, I'd squish them. No, you wouldn't. Yeah. Good night, love. Good night. You take care. And thanks for being in all night. It's been really nice seeing you. Oh, yeah, you're right there, Frida. Yeah, Mrs. Mercury, bless you. You'll remember those memories. Oh. I remember having 3 of my nieces all crammed into my flipping double bed with me. And there was like baby arses in my face. There was one crawled up round the top of my head. And I also remember one of my nephews who thought, I think, how old was he at the time? He was probably about 3. And we were having, because I used to like making it, we'd camp in the lounge. So I'd have to make them a makeshift tent with you know, the chairs from the dining table, and we'd put sheets or shawls and what have you over them and stick cushions on the floor. So they felt like they were camping. And I was making midnight snacks. So we were all eating, you know, but just pretending we were outside camping. And Josh, the dirty little rat, he kind of crawled up and turned round and farted in my face. And they all thought that was really hilarious. And he absolutely reeks. This dirty little beggar. So yeah, I had to make a point of, I was like, right, you wait till I tell your mum what you've just done to me. Little monster. Yeah, but it's not growing up unless you've farted in at least one person's face. Gosh, there's me again. I was going to be offline before midday and I haven't done it. So I think, guys and gals, that I shall probably wind this up now, if that's all right with everybody. I'm going to go and get a little bit of sleep because it kind of caught up with me a bit from last night. And thanks so much, everybody, for being in there. I love these chats. And I loved how everything went at completely different angles earlier. It was great. What's Frida put? Grow up so fast, so cherish the moment, sleep well in your cramped bed. Yeah, it's not even a cramped bed that you're going to complain about. It's a good cramped bed, isn't it, Frida? Unless you start getting crumbs in because the little darlings have sneaked midnight snacks in with them and they've got them hidden in the pajamas till you've fallen asleep, so you can't tell them off. So yeah, I'm gonna say good night to everybody. Thanks everybody for keeping me company. It's been lovely again. Yeah, green eyes. I'm gonna second that. Night all. Thank you for the wonderful company. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Frida popping her cherry, which was great. And I tell you what, Frida, you were so relaxed. That's why I was shocked that you'd never been up on a panel before. But it's great, isn't it? Because it just seems like you're on the phone with somebody. You forget that you're on a live and you're visible to all these people if a lot of people decided to watch you. But yeah, you did absolutely brilliantly. Says me like I'm some great expert, but No, it was great. So yeah, so thank you. Thanks, ladies and gents. And it's been really, really nice. Thank you for keeping me company into the start of Death Day. As I said, I won't be online tomorrow or today in the UK. Might come on Monday, can't promise, but we'll definitely be on Tuesday for the last part of the Enfield stuff. So yeah, so kind of wish everybody a wonderful Sunday. Oh, thanks, Frida. Yeah, I'm glad you came up as well. Really glad. It was dead. Like you say, it's just like chatting to your mates, isn't it? On the phone. Just doesn't feel like you're on a live channel. And then we've got that lovely Danny up as well. Yeah, great. And she seems such a lovely lady, doesn't she? So that's nice. Yeah, we've got new friends in America. We've got a few new channels to follow as well. So Captain Spaulding and Danny After Dark, and then the Paulcast as well. So I'm going to make sure that I go and sub to those channels and bookmark those links so I can watch them later. Definitely going to watch the interview and the upcoming interview with her aunt and uncle who do the paranormal investigations. And then you're all going to have a new channel to sub to when Porky gets his set up. So, yeah. So on that note, thank you so much for being here. Everybody have a wonderful day or night or afternoon, wherever in the world you are. And as always, with my very annoying sign off, I'll do the same as I always do. Kiss and chat, night night, everyone. Enjoyed all your company. Yeah, Frida, love, thank you. So I'm about to do it. Take care, everybody. And as always, I'll see you on the bright side.